Nocturne is infamously known for being a pretty hard game, but at the same time the game has a lot of features that can trivialize many challenges you may encounter. And the game also gives you a lot of tools to prepare for any upcoming challenge. Because of that, there are many challenge runs that are possible in this game. One of those challenges are low level runs. This one guy called Reaper has completed 3 of those, and on his 3rd run he banned a lot of stuff. And so I attempted a few low level runs to try to get a rule set that felt hard but also different from pre-existing runs. But there is only so much you can ban before the challenge becomes really unfun to play. But here's the rule set I ended up going with. I'll be going for the true demon ending while collecting every single magatama, while minimizing the experience I can gain to be from only the mandatory battles required for this goal. For bosses that can infinitely call allies or any allies at all, I should minimize the amount of experience I gain from them too. The only demons I can buy from the compendium are those that mirror exactly the ones you can find in the wild. They have the exact same moveset, it has no experience, and must also be currently recruitable. This is mainly to save my sanity when it comes to recruiting new demons, but I'm also not allowed to buy back previously fused demons or demons that have any experience. Dark and Bright Might are both banned because they simply trivialize a lot of the battles in the run. Mitama fusions, incenses, and the stat bonus you sometimes get for your magatama after level up are all banned. DLC demons are banned, meaning the Faint, Sakahagi, Black Frost with an asterisk, and the raidou. For the demons not mentioned, they might just be way too high level for me to make use of them in this run. Evolution skill changes accepting gifts to your demon after they level up are also banned. The Watchful passive is also banned, so if a demon happens to know it, they must not be on the stock during any of the battles I do, so they don't gain EXP. The mandatory fights are going to be done on hard. While I know there are methods you can use to escape even on hard difficulty, that's a whole can of worms I just don't want to get myself into. And that sets a precedent for my future runs. So during prep and grinding, you'll be allowed to switch difficulty to anything. But again, every single mandatory battle will be done on hard. A lot of these rules are the same as the ones Reaper used on his 3rd low level run, but I added some new ones and edited pre-existing ones. This is going to be one of 2 Nocturne runs that I plan on doing. Along with that, I will also make use of 4 different quality of life mods. The first one being the DDS fixed camera, which basically is just a different camera that's better than the vanilla one in my opinion. The second one is no interruptions, which completely removes interruptions when negotiating with demons. The third one is the frame rate mod, obviously. The fourth one is the minimap mod, which basically just mirrors whatever shows in the regular map function that Nocturne has, but instead it displays inside the radar. That way I don't have to keep spamming M in order to navigate throughout the game, but it's mainly for exploration. With that done, let's get into the run. Our hero's name is Killbutt2 because the sequel is better than the first one, and then the conception happened. I'm not gonna go into much detail when it comes to the story of the game because I would just skim through it, but I will give some context of what I'm doing and stuff. After we go through the intro of the game, we make our way into the infamous Nocturne tutorial. We have 3 fights to go through in this area. The first one is against 2 wisps, which is a pretty easy fight. Upon leveling up, it's important that we put points into vitality, which we'll be doing for quite a bit before even thinking of putting points into strength. Because we'll be under leveled, we want all the survivability we can have. For the second fight, I'll just cut to the first time I managed to beat it. The second fight is against one preta that has an attack called Feral Claw that has a pretty high chance of critting, and it does a lot of damage because of that. It's important to mention that I'm trying to not use any items in this stage of the game because I'm trying to save them for forneus, and early on it's really annoying to farm extra items if we ever run out. The third fight is against 2 kodamas. There is an optional fight in this area with a kodama and a wisp, which rewards us with a Maragi Rock, but because it's an optional fight, we'll have to skip it. I ended up having to use 1 healing item for this fight, but that's like the minimum I was gonna go with. I would not want to reset for that. And this is the last bit of experience we received before forneus. Luckily, we can get to level 3 and put 1 more point into vitality, and learn lunge as well. Upon going back into the hospital, there isn't much we can do here outside of just following a straight line to get to Pixie. We also go around collecting the ground items because they'll be really useful this early on as well. We can now make our way towards the next fight, which is also a pretty funny fight. We're going to go against 3 pretas, and this fight has the potential of being RNG hell, because these pretas also have feral claw, which the first fight with the single preta had. But it's mostly not too bad because Pixie can hit weakness with Zio, can also heal us back up with Dia, and we also have 2 party members instead of 1. We also definitely don't want Pixie to die here, because we need her experience for future fusions that we'll be doing on the run. So now that the tutorial portion of the game is done, we'll go around collecting more ground items, which are again going to be really useful for forneus. We'll also recruit a kodama, which will be important as well for future sacrificial fusions. He is also one of 2 other demons who have access currently, the other one being the will-o-wisp, but because he's weak to ice, he would just give forneus press turns, which is not good at all, especially this early on. So with 13 complete, we'll now go over the first real boss of the run, I guess. Forneus is weak to a lag and has 500 HP, so we can hit weakness with Pixie's Zio. For Demi-Fiend, I prefer using his basic attack instead of lunge, unless Forneus is shocked, so we can guarantee a crit. Because we have no way of increasing our hit chance, lunge has quite a significant chance of missing. We pass with Kodama because we want to get the weakness hit as fast as possible, but on his second action we either go for attack if Forneus got hit with shock, or just Zen because it does more damage than his regular attack without a crit. Pixie goes for Zio pretty much every turn, unless Forneus is shocked, which then we just go for our basic attack so we can save a bit of MP. You can also find a Mazio rock in the hospital, which will give us a free weakness hit without having to spend Pixie's MP, which ideally you don't want to heal her MP, because we want to keep the chakra drops for demon negotiation that we'll be doing in a bit. But yeah, like, forneus is a pretty easy fight. The most annoying part is all the healing items you're gonna have to use, which we would like to save up as much as possible for demon negotiation. We get to level 5, and we also want Pixie and Kodama to gain experience for this fight, so they absolutely cannot be dead by the end of it. Forneus also drops a turquoise, which will be useful later on. We put 2 points into vitality, and we also learn analyze from Maragare. Upon beating Forneus, we also acquired the Wadatsumi Magatama, which will be very useful in quite a few fights. So the free heals you get on the hospital will stop working as soon as you meet the Lady of the Fountain, but as long as you never meet her, we can still make use of these free heals. We need to recruit a Huapo because she knows Plea, and we also need to recruit both a Wisp and a Preta. While I know you can recruit both while not in a full Kagutuchi, the easiest way that I found to do it is just like saving the game at a specific Kagutuchi phase and then just reload until encounter then on a full Kagutuchi. Once that's done, we'll be making our way to Shibuya, but on the way we'll also enter Yogi Park and tell Pixie to stay with us. We'll also go ahead and pick up the ground items in this location too. Upon arriving on Shibuya, we keep collecting all of the ground items and stuff. And we also come across the very first chest. I have a list of every chest location and what item I want specifically from them. From my understanding, you can either get a special item that has a 100% chance of happening on the Fukagutuchi, or just a regular life stone. I think that's how every single one of the chests works. And I believe the odds just get higher and higher the closer you are to Fukagutuchi, and then ending at 100% during the Fukagutuchi. In this case, we just pick up the lifestone because whatever item it would normally give us isn't that useful. We also need to make sure we don't enter the room where we get ambushed by a Nekomata, and if it does happen, I have to reload the save. Because the Nekomata fight is inescapable, just like every other ambush you may find throughout the game. So now we arrive at the club at Michiaki, and along with her, there is also another optional Nekomata encounter. The requirements for Hijiri to show up is just looking at the Cathedral of Shadows and talking to Chiaki. As long as you do that, he will appear on the terminal. You don't have to beat the Nekomata. So yeah, we continue collecting all of the ground items we can find. And once we're done with that, we go towards the Cathedral of Shadows to make our first fusion, which is a preta plus wisp to pass down Tsukukaja into a Shikigami, which will be very useful for the first specter fight that will happen in a bit, along with the useful skills that the Shikigami learns after leveling up. Once that's done, we can get to the terminal and talk to Hijiri, and he'll send us into the Yamala network. It's important to be prepared before stepping in, because once you're in, the only way of getting out is by beating the boss of the area. And here we'll be having the first blade farming section of the run. In a regular low level run, you would purchase Shiranui before going in, because normally you would need the Specter fight to be really quick and consistent so you can farm for skill changes, but since I'm not gonna be doing that, I don't have to worry about the fight being super consistent. I will of course have to farm for it later, but once Maka farming becomes a lot easier. Because we also can't go back to this area after we clear it, we'll make sure to collect every single item on the ground. Once we arrive at the last section of this map, just before the boss, we'll begin pleat farming for 3 different things. We'll use pleat on Earthies and arrows to try getting 2 opals, a few Megiddo rocks, and Maka of course. The opals we'll be using to trade in for attack mirrors, which we'll use in a few fights. The Megiddo rocks will be used on the Specter fight, and the Maka we need to do negotiation in general. And these guys give more Maka than the regular demons we encounter after we finish this section. It's also important that we don't use every single one of the items that they ask for negotiation here, because we'll be recruiting a few demons after this section as well. And it's really hard to come by those items currently. So I just reload the save every time I wouldn't get like an item that I wanted, like a Megiddo rock or like a good bit of Maka. And like every time they asked for an item, most of the time I would just decline so I wouldn't lose it. So, Specter 1, we start with 6 small Specters. After 3 turns, they all unionize to become a bigger Specter that has more HP, does more damage, all that stuff. But we can ignore that gimmick by just spamming Megiddo rocks, because in theory, they should all die after 4 Megiddo rocks. Along with that, we make use of the Tsukukajas from the Shikigami we fused. We use 2 Tsukukajas throughout the whole fight, because that's what he can do with his current max MP. With the right turn order, you can beat the fight in 2 turns, meaning you only have to survive a single turn. But because I didn't have the right agility or something, I had to survive 2 turns instead. Along that, one funny thing happened during my attempt. Dodge, brother! What are the problems, man? Okay, there goes first attempt. What? What do you mean? How did he survive and Kodama died? Finally. Finally. We don't want Pixie to gain any XP from this fight, because we need her to have a very specific amount of experience for the sacrificial line we'll be doing in the next section. We leveled up, got to level 8 and learned life bonus, which is why I didn't buy Shinui. Our demons also leveled up. Shikigami in particular learned 2 useful debuff skills. We'll be using both the Shikigami and the Kodama in sacrificial fusions coming up. while Huapo's experience is going to be unfortunately useless because of the limitation we currently have for the fusions we can do. After we beat Specter, we get out of the mall network and get teleported into the labyrinth of Amala for a little bit, and there's like a bunch of dialogue. Then we get to Ginza talk to Manix, Manix talk about Sam Nihil, go to Sam Nihil to talk to Manix again. So now begins our prep for both the Throw fight and the Matador fight. Once we arrived on Ginza, we unlocked Sacrificial Fusion. The way Sacrificial Fusion works, instead of just fusing 2 demons, you can sacrifice a third one. Unless it's a special fusion, it really doesn't matter whatever demon you end up deciding to use as the third one, and it only works during a full Kagutsuchi. However, during a full Kagutsuchi, the odds of a fusion accident happening also increase. It's very important that whenever you're going to be doing a sacrificial fusion, that you save the game before doing it, so you can reload in case an accident happens. Because I use slang, every time I mention that a demon was sacrificed in a sacrificial fusion, I'll say they were sacked. The demon you sacrifice in a sacrificial fusion will have their experience multiplied by 1.5, and it will be given to the resulting demon. Along with that, the amount of skills that a demon can inherit is dependent on how many total skills their parent demons have. I don't know the exact formula or how adding the third demon in the sacrificial fusion interferes with it. All I know is that it works, and I did just attempt it over and over until I got the amount of skill slots I want. And because of that, we'll be fusing a lot of demons that we can easily find in the wild, specifically because demons found in the wild don't start with many skills. A strategy that I use consistently throughout the run is sacrificing stock demons, just so the resulting demons will have more skill slots. Currently we have Zam, Absaras, and Jack Frost as demons that start with 3 skills, and throughout the run I'll be sacrificing a lot of those. With that explanation out of the way, let's get into the demons I'll be fusing for Throw. Since we currently don't have access to many demons, and we also don't have access to the compendium, it's important that the order of fusions that we do is really exactly what we want, so we don't lose out on experience from possible sacrificial fusions and stuff. So now let's go over the first fusion section of this run. You better get used to it, cause there will be a lot of them. I recruited a wisp and a Datsueba, and I sacrificed a pixie in order to make a Zen. I then recruited another pixie and fused the Huapo we currently have and sacrificed the Zen to get an Absaras. I recruited a slime and another Huapo and sacrificed our Shikigami in order to fuse a Datsueba. This was also the first time in the run where I got a fusion accident, so I just reloaded the save. We recruited a wisp and a preta to fuse another Shikigami that knows Tsukukaja. We've recruited yet another Huapo and fused that Huapo with the Shikigami we just made, and sacrificed the Kodama to get our very first Jack Frost. I recruited a new Kodama, a new Huapo, and sacrificed the Absaras to fuse our Earthy. And finally, I recruited a Pixie, a Preta, and then sacrificed the Absaras we also recruited to fuse a Lilith. After that was done, I went to the Ginza underpass and did this stuff. Got a beat chain from this chest. We can't get through the underpass, so I have to do the fetch quest for the mannequin. We'll then go to Ginza, talks Look, and then we invade his room. There's this guard guy here. The thing with Cho is that he has a lot of HP and does a lot of damage, but he's weak to mind attacks, and guess what? The Lilith we just fused happens to have one of those. Basically, we can just stunlock him using Sexy Gaze. Sexy Gaze can still miss if you're not +1 Tsukukaja at least, so you can just fail the fight on the first turn. But once you've set up the Tsukukaja, hitting him is really easy. Spam Sexy Gaze every turn and your demons deal physical damage. And once that's done, the fight's pretty much over. So now we get to the reason as to why we fuse an Earthies and needed our piece to have a very exact amount of experience. It's so Earthies can level up and learn Rakukaja, so we have Rakukaja for the Matador fight. But before we can fight Matador, we need to prep. We begin by getting an attack mirror from Rag's Jewelry using the opal we pleat farmed for and the turquoise we got from Forneus. We recruited a wisp and a pixie and sacrificed the Earthies to make a preta. We recruited a kodama and a huapo and sacrificed the Shikigami to fuse an Earthies. We recruited a Morio, fused it with the Earthies we just made, and sacrificed it that way, but we made way earlier to get us Lime. We made another Earthies using Kodama, Huapo, and this time around we sacrificed the Pix. We fused the Earthies we just made with a Kodama and sacrificed the Preta we made earlier to get a Huapo. We fused the new Preta using Wisp Pix and sacrificing a Kodama. We then fused the Shikigami using the Wisp, the Preta we just made, and sacrificing the Huapo. I then fused yet another Earthies using Kodama, Huapo, and sacrificing a Pixie. And I gotta mention, this specific Earthies took a long time to get because I just could not get a successful recruit from this Huapo. Like, it would think it's easy because of the amount of Huapo you can encounter in one encounter. And then we made another Huapo using Kodama, the Earthies we just made, and sacrificed the slime we made earlier. So now that we have our leveled Huapo, we can begin the second fleet farming section of the run. At this point I realized Merciful is actually just as in every single way, because the encounter rate is so low and you still don't take much damage even on normal difficulty. So I'll mainly just use it if I'm walking from a place to another. For farming I'll just stay on normal. So from the Lilims we can get Maca, Magic Mirrors, and Chakra Pots if we're using Plead on them. And because we're using Plead with Huapo, the odds of it going well on Lilin is pretty high. We often just receive the item without having to negotiate at all. And that's what I went for mostly. Whenever she didn't instantly give me an item, I would just not comply and then just try it again next round, and at some point it would just work. When I was close to being done, I spent a bit of Maca just to speed up and get more magic mirrors, but I actually ran out from the amount I needed, so I had to go back to farm more Maca. So while I am changing the difficulty for grinding, whenever I do use the shop, it will always be on hard, so I'll be paying full price for the Magatamas and whenever I have to buy something on the shop too. I ended up farming 22 magic mirrors, but even if it's more than what I need for Matador, I'll be using magic mirrors on other fights as well. I then bought the Hifumi Magatama so we can equip it for Matador. I made my way towards him and now fight the first fiend of the game. I made sure my demons all had at least 6 points into vitality so we could survive the fight a bit better. The team I'm using also doesn't necessarily have to be the most efficient thing in the world. Yeah, mainly just prepping for future fights. The Jack Frost is literally the same exact one we used in the previous fight. The Matador strat is actually pretty simple. Turn 1, Matador will always use Red Capote, which will maximize his hit and evasion, making it so you always miss if you don't set up before hitting him. He has 1000 max HP and no weakness. He can deal force and physical damage. He also has the Kunda, which I assume he just spams if you get any side of him to -1, but it doesn't matter in our case. With Demi Fiend, we'll be using a magic mirror pretty much every turn, so that we completely wall his Mazan. He also can insta-kill one of your demons turn 1 if he decides to go for his regular attack. Whenever that happened, I would just reload the save. You can use Sukunda twice. As long as he's still +2, he will not set up Red Capote again. So we set up Tsukukaja and Rakukaja both to +4. And then we basically just keep doing damage, and if we have to heal the whole party, we will just use a bead chain. But if it's just like one demon that's really hurt, you can just use a Dia instead. Once he gets to 50% HP, he'll go to his second phase, in which he can now use Focus, Taunt, and Andalusia, which is a physical attack that hits the entire body for quite a bit of damage. Whenever he goes to his second phase, he will talk, and you need to make sure that you're fully healed whenever that happens, because you can instantly go for Andalusia on that turn and probably just kill all your demons if you like the taunt or whatever, focus and stuff. So once his second phase, you want to set up a single attack mirror, and it's very likely that he'll just kill himself if he goes for Andalusia next turn, or he'll just like be at really low HP and die in one hit. However, on my attempt, something even funnier happened. Bro, he didn't die to the mirror, but I had enough damage. Holy shit. So yeah, those crits definitely carried me. If he had gone for an illusion any of those turns, I also would have just died instantly. A very unlikely thing to happen. We'll level up 3 times and put all of our points into Vitality. Jack Frost, look, it's a bunch of XP and levels up, but that's not gonna be useful. Oh wait, no, it's Dark Mind, because I can't use that. Ikigami, on the other hand, learn buffs and debuffs, which will be useful. And then Huapo learns Rakukaja, which is really useful because we now have 2 Rakukaja users. Another Rakukaja from this level up. Nice. We got our first menorah and unlocked the Labyrinth of Amala. After that, I continued through the underpass until I reached the Kibuku and got a few items on the way too. And then I began prepping fusions for the Thor Gauntlet. We also unlocked the Compendium upon reaching the Kibukuro. We begin by fusing an Ares using a Pixie and a Jack Frost. The first current zone of man using Slime Pixie and sacrificing your Lilin. And now we begin a Sac Fusion loop in order to multiply the experience, just like we did with Pixies. We begin by fusing an Apsaras using Xandric Frost sacrificing the Coronzon. And then another Coronzon using that Sueba Pixie and sacrificing this Apsaras. At this point I ran out of Maka, so I made my first trip to the Labyrinth of Amala in order to begin grinding there. The Labyrinth of Amala is a dungeon that we will unlock throughout the game by killing new fiends. But we don't care about exploring the dungeon right now, what I actually care about is the minigame that we play in order to navigate between each of the sections of the labyrinth. During this minigame, we'll pick up items, punch rocks, and get Maka. For the first warp zone we get access to that leads us to the first Kalpa, we can get around 600 Maka just from the hidden Maka that we acquire from punching stuff. And we can also farm medicines, lifestones, chakra drops, and beads in this first warp zone. So now we have a much more consistent way of farming Maka, and also those items that we will be using to recruit new demons. And this will be our main farming method for the rest of the game. And once we unlock new sections of the labyrinth called Kalpas, we get access to different warp zones that will reward us with more Maka most of the time, and different items that we may farm. After that is done, we can go back to our fusions. Another Coronzon using that Sueba Pix and sacrificing that Apsaras, and one more Apsaras using Zamjack Frost and sacrificing that Coronzon. We then fuse a Zam using Kodama Datsueba and sacrificing that Apsaras. We fuse a Datsueba using Kodama Wisp and sacrificing that Zen. We then fuse a Preta with her Lilith and sacrificing that Datsueba to get the Apsaras we actually use. We fuse a regular Lilith using a Preta and a Pixie. And then we fuse the Coronzon that we'll actually use using a Datsueba Pix and sacrificing that Lilith. However, our farming is not done just yet. We buy the Shiranui and the Yomante Magatama. Then we go back to Ginza to farm more magic mirrors from Lilims. Once that's done, we make our way towards the Mantra HQ, and we get thrown in prison. And now we have a gauntlet in which we need to beat 3 bosses in a row. However, the first 2 are pretty easy. First up, we have Orthrus. He has 1k HP and is weak to ice. I use a team of arrows, Coronzon, and Huapo. We equip the Shiranui Magatama so his fire attacks are not a problem, and arrows can hit weakness using Bufu. We set up Rakukaja and Tsukukaja and then just go for damage. If you're not set up yet, he can one-shot a party member with a crit fizz attack. He can only do fire or fizz damage, and because we are using Bufu with arrows, it's very possible he'll get frozen and you'll be able to score some easy crits. Dine. You never get to see the egg die. The only level up we get from this fight is Huapo, which gets a skill we don't care about. Once that is done, we are sent into the next boss fight, which is Yaksini. Yaksini has 1200 HP and is weak to elect. We bring Shikigami, Apsaras, and arrows, 2 of which know Zeal, so we can get more press turns from hitting his weakness. Unlike orthrus, Yaksini doesn't have any physical attacks and seems to very rarely go for his basic attack, so we can safely set up magic mirrors every single turn to completely wall him. And because we don't take damage, all we have to do to set up is Raccoon and end the fight as fast as possible. We can get free crits if we manage to shock him as well, and we also equip the Yomante Magatama to learn a new skill. There you go. We level up to level 12, put points into Vitality, and learn Tarunda. So next up we have Thor. Unlike the first two, he has no weakness, has more HP, and can be quite annoying if you get him lucky. I'm going to be using the same team as in the previous fight, but I'm going to be changing my Magatama to Wadatsumi. While he doesn't know any of his skills, he does tend to use his basic attack quite often, but we can steal all his strongest attacks, which are elect, by spamming magic mirrors. I set up Tarukajas, Rakukajas, and Sikukajas, and also a few Rakundas. However, once he goes to his second phase, he can use the Kunda, but if you want to, you can set up Tarundas to have better survivability regardless. The reason we set up Tarukaja and Rakuna for this fight is because Thor has a lot of HP, and we don't want to run out of magic mirrors in the fight. Also, apparently he can use the Kaja, so maybe it goes both ways, though he never used it on any of my attempts. One thing to keep in mind is that you would want arrows to go second instead of first in this fight. That way you can get 3 lunges and the magic mirror in one turn. My agility wasn't right so that I would be able to do that, but that would certainly speed up the fight by quite a bit. It's a pretty long fight, but as long as he doesn't crit you with his basic attacks, it's fine. We level up to level 13, put 1 more point into Vitality, and learn Ice Breath. Apsaras also levels up and learns Anti-Might, which we'll be using on Daisoujou in a bit. We get out of prison. And now we need to go for Marmaka because we ran out. The next boss will be Raidou, who's a pretty interesting boss because the only way he does of dealing damage is with his attacks. So we'll be fusing a party that's resistant to fizz for him. Oh boy, this is a long one. A Datsueba using wisp, kodama, and sacrificing the Coronzon. A preta using wisp, pixie, and sacrificing the Datsueba, which ended up taking me 3 attempts because I got fusion accidents twice in a row. I'm gay. And after all those fusions, we can make an Inugami with just enough experience to level up, using Liling Zen and sacrificing the Tsueba. And we need that because he'll learn Media on the next fight. We'll now cycle between arrows with Pixie, Jack Frost, and this slime with Morio plus arrows, and then a Pixie plus Jack Frost to make another arrows. And after all that, we can fuse a wisp using that slime, that arrows, and sacrificing that Tsueba. This way we make a wisp that's on level and will level up on the next fight. We fuse 1 more arrows using Pixie plus Jack Frost. So after all that, we can fuse a slime using the Morio plus the arrows we just made and sacrifice the Apsaras we made earlier in order to get a slime that's on level and will level up on the next fight. Right though, Kuzunoha the 15 number. As I mentioned, all of Raidou's damaging skills are fizz, and if you try to debuff him during his first phase, he'll instantly Dekunde. He resists literally everything and has 2.5k HP. The strategy is setting up Rakukaja, Sikukaja, and Tarukaja, and then praying that he doesn't crit you into oblivion. He has 3 different damaging skills. Oogie Woogie has 97% accuracy, which is dodgeable at plus 4 Sikukaja, but sometimes you just hit it anyways. But then we get to the other 2. First up, we have Enter Yoshitsune. Enter Yoshitsune has 200% accuracy and a 50% chance of critting. So even if you set up, there is a chance that he'll crit and he'll just chain crits, and just end your run right then and there. I assume that 200% accuracy means it's undodgeable, just like Mokoi Boomerang, which is undodgeable, period. Mokoi Boomerang hits the whole party and has a chance of panicking at least one party member every time he uses it. It's a 30% chance, and because you have 4 party members, it's very likely that at least one of them will be panicked. Panic can range from doing absolutely nothing, wasting 1 press turn, and sending your demon back to the stop. And since I can't waste the XP in this run, I have to bring them back. So basically that's way too many press turns wasted. As I mentioned, during his first phase you can't debuff him, but on the second phase you can debuff him. However, he's going to spam provoke instead, which decreases our defense by 2 stages and increases our attack by 2 stages as well. What this means is that we cannot keep up by just buffing our defense, but what we can do is debuff him. So basically you want to kill him before he kills you during his second phase. Ideally you want to go for the debuffs on the turn before he gets to his second phase, instead of filter rundas and racundas. However, on my winning attempt, I got the most lucky run ever. I attempted the fight so many times and I would just crit and die, and I got so frustrated that I just decided to speed up the fight. We level up at a point into vitality and learn mana bonus. Inugami levels up and learns meter, which is our first AoE healing skill. Lime also levels up and learns quite a few skills, but the most important one is Warcry. Wisp also levels up and learns a lot of skills. But the most important one is Makakaja. Once we're done with that, guess what? Yeah, more Maka. Thankfully the split doesn't have many fusions we have to do, so it doesn't take too long. We start by fusing a pixie with a kodama and sacrificing a preta to get an apsaurus. Refuse a corazon using the slime I made earlier with a pixie and sacrifice the apsaurus we just fused. And this guy will be used in a lot of fights. We fuse a Jack Frost by using Shikigami, Kodama and sacrificing a pixie. We fuse the Shisha using a random apsaurus the Jack Frost we just made and sacrificing a Runugami. Now we'll fuse a new Runugami using the wisp we made earlier, a random Zam and sacrificing a random apsaurus. And now we're missing just one fusion. But because we're going to be sacrificing our Hoppo in this fusion, I decided to play farm for a bit more before doing that. I mainly just focused on angels and lilims. Of course, lilims can give us our magic mirrors, but they can also give us chakra pots, which are gonna be really useful for the daisoujou fight coming up. Angels can also very rarely give you somas or soma droplets, so I ended up farming for a long time to get those, but I definitely just over farmed. During the farm I just remembered I could buy the Akumagatamas and we'll fight the Hamas from the angels. Once we're done with that, we actually enter the Manchu HQ and climb up to the highest point to meet 2 extra demon slots. We then jump down because we can. And then I fuse on there is a Pixie Jack Frost and sacrificing the Hoppo. When I was split farming, I ended up recruiting an angel, which we'll be using in the next section. So now we'll be fighting Daisoujou, the second fiend. He has 2500 HP and no weakness. His main attack move is Meditation, which is both HP and MP and is almighty. He has an AoE mind skill that has a chance of panic, slipping, or charm. However, he only seems to use it once he gets to his second phase. He can also use AoE insta-kills from both Expel and Death. I equipped the Yomante Magatama so I could know his mind skill and also learn debuffs after the fight. The Mifin innately has a hidden resistance to insta-kills, while Corazon, Inugami, and Shisa all nullify Expel or Death or both. I ended up being Daisoujou on the first try and he never went for any insta-kills. For this fight, I don't want Corazon to gain XP, but I still want to make use of his war cry to debuff him faster. So I started by debuffing and then switched out Corazon when I started using buffs. I'm not sure if I even buffed myself to max or debuff him to minimum, but that's the basic strategy that we follow for this fight, because he doesn't have neither the Kunda nor the Kaja. And once we increase her defense and decrease his attack, the MP he drains reduces by a lot. Regardless, we are using a fist build, so we only usually have 4 MPs for buffing and debuffing early on. Once you've set up, the fight gets pretty easy. What he can is to randomly use some insta kills and kill Demi-Fiend because he doesn't nullify them. Once he gets to his second phase, he'll use Startle to get more press turn, but because he's not gonna be doing much damage, the fight's pretty easy. However, it will take a long time because he keeps draining HP. This time around, I actually put points into strength instead of vitality. We then learn both Secunda and Rakunda. Our new Inugami learns Media. And then we get Warcry from Shisa. Menora II. Once that's done, yeah, you already know it. After a bit of mecha farming, we can begin our fusions. With a wisp of preta and sacrifice and kodama, we can make a shikigami. With a Jack Frost and a Zam, we can fuse an Apsaras. We fuse both the Shikigami and the Apsaras with just made and sacrificing Inugami so we can pass down his experience into a Datsueba. With a Slam and an Apsaras, we can fuse a regular Mizuchi. We make yet another Shikigami using Wisp, and sacrificing a Kodama. Once that's done, we fuse both the Mizuchi and Shikigami just made and sacrifice our Shisa to make a brand new Inugami. And now we can begin our walk into the assembly of Nihilo. Nihilo is a very interesting place because there are many mandatory fights that are really easy, so I won't be stopping to fuse anything new for a little bit. We begin by making our way into Hijiri's ball, and after that we'll walk towards the next mandatory fight. So we just use Corazon arrows and Inugami for this fight, which is against a Koppa Tengu and an incubus. And I'm not sure if they're any different as the one you just encountered in the wild. We continue through the assembly of Nihilo in order to get to the next fight. The next two fights are both against eligors, so I explain both of them at the same time. Eligor will just spam gathering until he has 2 extra minions. And for a low level run, that would be pretty annoying because we need to minimize the experience we gain. But while Eligor does resist Expel, he doesn't nullify it, which means that both of the Eligor fights can be cheesed by having a demon use Hama or using a Mahama Rock with Demi-Fiend. And that's perfect for a low level run because he won't be able to use his second gathering if he ends up dying turn 1. I'm not sure what the most efficient way of buffing and debuffing for this fight is. I went for 2 Tsukukajas, 1 Secunda, and then use Hama. And while it is not guaranteed, the odds are impossibly low. Though if you go the Mahama Rock route, it's gonna be pretty bad because the odds get lower. You don't want Angel to gain EXP from this fight, so we switch her out. And both of the Eligor fights go the exact same way, so any other info related to the fight doesn't matter. We get yet another Inugami to level up, but this time around he learns Fog Breath. Berith is technically a proper boss fight, but once we equip the Shinui Magatama, most of our team is now nullifying fire. He has 1000 HP and is weak to ice, so we can get extra press turns by hitting him with Ice Breath. I set up War Cry, Fog Breath, and Racunda. The Succubi don't ever do damage, all they do is spam Sexy Gaze and Lullaby. Once Berith is dead and we only have one Succubus left, I will dismiss Nagami so they don't gain any experience from this fight, which is really important to do. We level up twice and put 2 points to strength. We also learn Fire Breath and Fire Boost. Horizon learns Fire Breath, Cheer Fury, Berserk, and Stone Gaze. I ended up teaching all of them, but I'm pretty sure I don't need to teach Stone Gaze this early, just later on. Before the next boss, we need to farm a bit of Maka to purchase the Kamuto Magatama. Since Demi-Fiend can only learn one skill per level up, I took this fight as an opportunity to work towards learning focus. To get to the boss, there's this really easy puzzle that took me a while to get this arm around for some reason. This fight is against 3 Kaiwans. They are weak to expel attacks, but ended up not using any during this fight. Each one of them have 520 HP, and since it's an AoE fight, Horizon will be using Berserk to damage everybody. We set up Fog Breath, War Cry, and Racunda just like we did on Berith. They don't do much damage once you War Cry them, but the annoying part are their insta-kills. I only managed to win on the second attempt because on the first one Demi-Fiend got hit with one of their insta-kills. We also need to dismiss Inugami close to the end of the fight so he doesn't gain XP from this, so we have to kill each kaiwan one by one instead of all at once. We'll level up and put 1 point into strength and also learn hit wave, which we don't teach. The next fight is against Ose, who just like Raidou can only deal fizz damage, so we'll work towards making a full fizz resistant team. By fizzing a wisp, Shikigami and sacrificing a Jack Frost, we can make a Zen. We fuse a preta using wisp picks in a second a Jack Frost. We fuse a Sudama using the preta and Zen we just made. We fuse another preta using wisp picks and sacrificing the Jack Frost. With the preta we just made a Jack Frost and sacrificing an Apsara as we can fuse a Lilin. And with the Sudama and Lilin we just made, we can fuse a... Fuck. Yeah, so... I messed up. So apparently I forgot to add this part of my routing, and I ended up giving Inugami way too much XP. So let's rewind a little bit. On the daisoujou fight, I was supposed to not give experience to Shisa. I would then go through the koppa tengu and incubus fight without Shisa as well. But on the first eligor fight, Shisa would level up and learn war cry. Inugami can then be fused, however he won't gain experience from the second eligor fight. So we'll have to do berith without fog breath, which is fine. But then this Inugami would gain experience from berith, still wouldn't gain experience from the kaiwan fight. And then during the Osa prep, this Inugami can be sacked into a blob that's not overleveled. But the problem is I don't have a backup from this current save from before I fought daisoujou. Luckily I have a backup on the daisoujou fight from a different save, so I'm going to redo this entire section on that different save. And then I'm going to unethically remove experience from the Inugami on the main save, so that it matches the one in this screenshot. So with the unethically made Inugami, we can now fuse our blob, Maka. So now I must do a really long and inconvenient fusion line to pass down 5 skills into a Fomorian. He also needs experience. We start by fusing Unamana Uzume using Angel Pixie and sacrificing the Datsueba we made earlier. Then we fuse a Shisa using Pixie Apsars and sacrificing a Zan. We fuse an Apsars with the Shisa we just made and sacrifice a Jack Frost to get an Archangel. We fuse an Orthrus using Kodama Hoppo and sacrificing a Jack Frost. We fuse a preta and a wisp and sacrifice a kodama to make a Shikigami. With this Shikigami plus an angel and sacrificing a Jack Frost, we fuse an Isora. We fuse that Isoras with an Apsars and sacrifice a Jack Frost to make an Aquins. Macapals. With a Kodama and the Orthrus we made earlier and sacrificing a Jack Frost to make a Hoppo. With the Hoppo and Aquins we just made, we sacrificed it with a Jack Frost to get a Kodama. We fuse a Preta with a Zem to make a Sudama. We fuse that Sudama with a Hoppo and sacrifice a Jack Frost to get an Urfis. With a Zen and Slime, we fuse an Inugami. I assume that Inugami was made to pass down Fire Breath into Fomorian, but that doesn't work because none of the demons using the Fomorian recipe can pass down Fire Breath. We fuse the Hoppo using the Urfis, Kodama, and Inugami we just made. We sacrifice the Inugami. We then finally fuse our Fomorian that has just enough experience level up, 5 skills, and happens to have a hidden resistance to physical. The amount isn't as high as a proper resistance, but it is still a resistance, so it will be useful enough. We'll place all the killers so we can go down and access the ball from the entrance we couldn't access earlier. Then we have like a pretty long cutscene with Hikawa. We then come face to face with the boss we were prepping for. Osa has no weakness and technically has the highest HP of any boss we fought so far with 3800. However, daisoujou can drain your HP and raidou resisted literally every single one of my attacks. Not to mention we're a higher level than we were when we fought those two. Since Osa can set up both Tetrakarn and Makarakarn, it's good to have both magical and physical attacks on your demons. He can set up Tsukukaja, which really doesn't matter because we can easily debuff him back down with Fog Breath. And he can also set up Focus to increase the damage that his physical attacks do. However, unlike Raidou that had attacks with crazy high accuracy and spammed the Kumda, on Osa you can easily set up Fog Breath and War Cry, and he'll most likely start missing a lot, and even if he does hit, he won't do much damage. He also apparently has the Kaja and the Kumda, so if he does use that, the fight will definitely be harder. He didn't use it in any of the 2 attempts I had to do, and I only had to do a second attempt because on the first one I accidentally accepted a gift from one of my demons. Fomorian levels up and learns a few new skills, the highlight of these being life bonus. we get the Anathema Magatamas. After that, I travel to Ikibuku and then into the Mantra HQ. Inside the Mantra HQ, we need to talk to Chiaki, Samo, and Gozutenu. The latter, who doesn't seem to be doing too well, I jump down because I can. And now this door that used to be blocked previously is now open, so we can go through it. And when we walk into the highway, we meet our third fiend, Hellbiker. Hellbiker has 3000 HP, so it's not higher than our previous boss. He nullifies fire and force and has no weakness. He deals fire, force, and fist damage while also having access to the Kumda. As you may have noticed, we're using the exact same thing as we used for Ose. And that's because magic mirrors. By spamming magic mirrors, you can mock completely his fire and force attacks. So a party that resists physical is the perfect for this now, as seems to be the pattern with all the things he can crit you out and kill you turn 1. His force kill normally is pretty annoying because it can dekaja. However, if we use the magic mirror, we can now nullify it and we completely ignore that dekaja. And while he has the Kumda, he doesn't spam it. I went for Sukukaja, Rakukaja, and Tarukaja. I ended up not going for any debuffs because I was worried he would just the Kumda them away. But you don't necessarily need the debuffs for survivability. It would help if I went for Rakunda so the fight ended faster. Once he goes to his second phase, he'll use Health Throttle to get more press turns. But regardless, if he goes for a magic attack, he will lose press turns. But you could get unlucky with his physical attacks if he just crit spams you. The fight took a few attempts because he would just kill me turn 1, or I would forget to set up magic mirror and then he would dekaja my buffs and then I would just die because I wasn't paying attention. Really? We level up twice, put 2 points into strength, and also learn Tornado. Third Menorah. So now with both Daisoujou and Hellbiker dead, we gain access to the second Kalpa and with it the second Warp Zone. However, first we must explore the first Kalpa. So I did all the first Kalpa, I did all the puzzle things. But while exploring, I made a pretty big mistake. And it was picking up this cash cube with a Death Stone. But a pin on that. Once I was done with the first Kalpa, I was able to access the second Warp Zone, which leads to the second Kalpa. The items you get from this Warp Zone are definitely not as interesting as the ones you get in the first one. All you get are ailment healing items and a revival bead. For ailment healing items, I tend to only use them outside of battle because the opportunity cost you lose just to heal an ailment that could just randomly go away in the very next turn is a lot. However, the enemy could just go ahead and use the very same skill and hit you with an ailment yet again. Maka wise, the second Kalpa does give you more Maka, but in order to get every single one of the hidden Maka, you need to have a strength requirement of 15. Which we currently don't have. However, for the hidden Maka that we can collect, we do get more Maka per run. But since I'm using the speed up during farming, the runs I can do on the first Kalpa are gonna be much faster than the ones on the second Kalpa. But if you're not playing with speed up, regardless of your strength value, the second Kalpa will be better for you. Also, you can get to the second Kalpa before killing Hellbiker and Daisoujou. But what I meant was opening up the shortcut to get here so you can have much easier access to the warp zone. So here I tested the second tunnel for a little bit, but then I just went back to farm the first one instead. So after I farmed Maka for around 1 hour, I began the fusions. And with the Death Stone we picked up, we have now unlocked Fiend Fusions. Remember we put a pin on that, in like 30 seconds that will matter. I began by fusing an Inugami using Wisp Zen and sacrificing an angel. And here's where I realized I fucked up by picking up that Death Stone. The way Fiend Fusion works is that they replace specific races depending on the specific Agutsuchi phase you're currently on. And what matters for us is that daisoujou replaces night demons during a full moon. And we need full moons because that's the only time we can do sacrificial fusions. Right here we need to make a lily, but I looked ahead and I would have to do a lily on a sacrificial fusion. We cannot discard death stones, so the only way we have of getting rid of them are by fusing actual fiends. And because the lowest level fiend we can fuse is level 30 and we're only level 21, there's absolutely no way of getting rid of our death stone. Later on, this is not a problem because we can actually just fuse fiends once we're at a high enough level just to get rid of the death stones. But right now, the only fix we have is to reload a save from before we explored the first koppa. I also made the Kabukicho prison, I forgot to mention that. And so I had to farm the Maka all over again. Really cool. I fused the Inugami again using Wisp, Zen, and Angel. Jack Frost plus Shikigami to fuse a Lilin. With the Inugami and Lilin we just fused, we sacrificed a preta on top of that to get a Jack-o'-lantern. Or Jack-o'-lantern with 4-leg Apsaurus to get a unicorn. We fused a Datsue by using Morio and Huapo. We fused the first Shikigami of this section using a Wisp of Preta and sacrificing a Kodama. We fused an Inugami using the Datsue and Shikigami we just made and sacrificing our boy Blob. Shikigami Wisp Preta Kodama. Another Lily using Shikigami Jack Frost and sacrificing an angel. We fused the Shikigami we just made with an angel and sacrificing a Lilin to make an Isora. So now I need to make yet another Shikigami, but this time around it needs to have more slots so we can pass down every single skill that we want. I fused an earth using a Kodama Huapo and sacrificing a pixie. We fused the wisp using a slime, the earth we just made and sacrificing a Jack Frost. We then make our new Shikigami using the wisp we just made with a preta and sacrificing a Jack Frost. And now, the last demon of this section, we fused the Inugami with the Isora and sacrificed the Shikigami to get a forneus. The next fight is against a naga. I'm pretty sure it's just a regular one, nothing special about it, but this time around I did learn something new. No, I'm not supposed to do that. With the Mugi stone we got from Naga, we can go to the Mirage world and go through the whole shtick this area. We find a mannequin digging a hole, but their spoon broke, and then we need to find a new spoon which the collector mannequin has. Sometimes it takes me a while to get here, but this time around it didn't take long, and then we found the collector mannequin and he gave us the spoon. So now we can go down the hole that the mannequin dug in the real world. And now we have our passageway open to the next boss, which is Mizuchi. But first we must go to the Mirage world once again. My team for Mizuchi is Fomorian, Forneus, and Unicorn. With the other two Magatame equipped, most of our team nullifies ice, which is Mizuchi's main damage dealing element. Mizuchi is weak to fire, so I made sure to give fire attacks to most of the demons I'm using. He has 4800 HP. And outside of the ice attacks he can use, he also has access to the Kunda, however he does not spam it. And Mirage, which is a mind skill that has 70% chance panicking and hits all. Unicorn does nullify mind, so he's fine, but the rest of the party doesn't, so he can get pretty annoying if you get him lucky with the panic. But because he does have a weakness, you can get a lot of press turns by hitting it. I set up Warcry and Makakaja and then a few Sukukajas and Rakukajas when needed. You can also use Rakunda so the fight ends faster. But since I can hit weakness with 3 of my party members, my brain just disables and I want to just keep hitting weakness instead of debuffing more. Throughout the fight, Mizuchi gets smaller and smaller the lower his HP gets. And that will also cause his ice attacks to just deal less and less damage. The fight ended up being longer than it should because I did not go for Rakunda, but it's fine. We get the miasma magatama. After that, the marriage is now gone and the mannequins have been freed, and we also meet Futomimi. In the next room, we meet Isamu and he's like a crackhead or something. And Futomimi mentioned something about a guy in Ginza that wants to see us. I forgot I had to farm the naga for a turquoise here, so I went ahead and farmed it, and then I had to do this entire section again. Once I was done with that, I went to Ginza to talk to Hijiri, and Hijiri tells me to go to Asakusa. But before going there, I decided to fuse a few demons I needed for this next section. I fused the Mori using a Preta, that's Web, and second Jack Frost. I fused the regular Lilin using Shikigami and Jack Frost. I then fused both of those together and sacrificed a unicorn to make a Momonofu. To reach Asakusa, first we must traverse the Ikebukuro Tunnel, which happens to be the first dungeon with dark areas in the game, so I stocked up in light balls before going in. After that, I went out through the Mantra HQ, and close by we have the Ikebukuro Tunnel. In this area, we have 4 different bosses we're going to fight before progressing through the story. The first 3 can be fought in any order, while the last 4th one can only be fought after all other 3 have been defeated. The first boss we're dealing with is sui-ki. He's weak to fire and has 3.5k HP. He also repels ice and happens to resist every single other element. He deals damage using ice attacks, and the only other skill he has is focus. I had not read that this boss resisted physical before doing this fight, but outside of that, we're just gonna be spamming fire breath. But this time around, we only have 2 fire breath users instead of 3. For setting up, I did war cry, fog breath, rakundo, and rakukaja. I ended up not using makakaja because I didn't know that he resisted physical, but it's definitely worth it to go for that, because you're gonna be doing a lot more damage with magic instead of physical. This is also the first fight where we have access to focus, but we only be using Momono for this time around, and the boss resists physical, so it's meh. Once he goes to second phase, he starts spamming Dragon Eye instead of Beast Eye to gain even more press turns. I leveled up and put points into strength. We also learned force boost, and since this is the last fight that we care about having fire breath, we can safely teach over fire boost. Before fighting the next boss, I had to farm more Maka. The first fusion of this section is a wisp with a Zen, sacrificing an arrow to get an Inugami. We fuse a pixie and an angel to make an Ame no Uzume. We can then make a Shikigami with a wisp of breath and sacrificing the Ame we just made. We then fuse yet another Lily, but this time around we use a Jack Frost and a Preta. And now we can fuse the last demon of this section using a Lily and Shikigami and sacrificing the Inugami to get a Takemi Nakata. The next boss we'll be fighting is fuu-ki, and since he's at the very end of the dungeon, I decided to make all the way into Asakusa just to get the terminal there for fighting the boss. Hi Hijiri! Once we're done with that, we backtrack to where fuu-ki is located, and we can begin. The team will be using his forneus, Takemi Nakata, and Fomorian. fuu-ki is weak to a lack, resists fist, and nullifies force. He deals force and physical damage while also being able to buff himself with Makakaja. While I wasn't able to get the Kaja prepared for this fight, since he only ever uses 1 Makakaja per turn and we have Warcry, it's fine. We fuse Takemi Nakata because he knows Yonga, and that way we can hit weakness on this guy. While he has the same amount of HP as sui-ki with 3.5k, Yonga is going to be doing a lot of damage, and Zion can also shock, so we'll be using a few physical attacks for 3 crits throughout the fight regardless. Takemi Nakata starts with Dark Might, and I started this fight on a new Kagutsuchi, but I made sure that I never end up making use of it throughout the fight. For the setup, we did the same as sui-ki, fog breath, water cry, rakukaja, and rakunda. Because I was using both types of damage, ended up not using makakaja nor tarukaja much during this fight. I think I only used the makakaja once throughout the whole fight. I also could have used Bufu instead of lunge with Fomorian, because fuu-ki does not resist ice. Just like sui-ki, once he goes to his second phase, he used Dragon Eye instead of Beast Eye to gain even more press turns. But if you're set up, he's not gonna deal much damage and he might actually just miss because of the fog breaths you did. Takemi Nakata levels up and learns two useful skills, being the Kaja and Focus. While right now we really only care about the Kaja because we can get Focus from Momonofu, later on we'll have to fuse another Takemi Nakata specifically to get Focus from him because you have another leveled up Momonofu already. We start by fusing an Apsaras using kodama pigs and sacrificing a Momonofu. We fuse another Momonofu using Zen and kodama. We fuse a Jack Frost using a Huapo, a Shikigami, and sacrificing her Coronzon. A Jack-o'-lantern using a Zem, Momonofu, and sacrificing her forneus. A new Shikigami using a wisp, preta, and sacrificing a Zen. We fuse that Shikigami with a pixie to get a Lilim. We fuse a kodama and a huapo to get an earthies. We fuse a wisp using a slime the earthies we just made and sacrifice the Lilim we just made. Using the jack-o'-lantern and the wisp we just made and sacrificing a Jack Frost, we fuse a Coronzon. Using kodama, huapo, and sacrificing a random Momonofu, we fuse an earthies. We then fuse a Takemi Nakata with Jack Frost and sacrifice the Apsaras we made way earlier to get a Momonofu. We make our way to the next boss, who's gonna be Kinki. The team we're gonna be using is Momonofu, Coronzon, and Fomorian, and we'll be equipping the Kamuto Magata. He has 3000 HP, and your physical attacks only do 10% of damage to him. However, he takes increased damage from every single other element, although we don't gain any press turns because they're technically not weakness. He can buff and debuff both attack and defense. He can also use the Kumbi. His only damaging skills are physical. At the start of the fight, he will spam Bista and use a buff or debuff, and then either attack or use the Kumdar. And then later in the fight, he'll use Dragon Eye to get more press turns. I have the Kaji on Momonofu in case he gets a crazy buff, I can use that. But it's not that important for this fight because he doesn't use many buffs, so we can just debuff him down regardless. I set up Makakaja, Sukukaja, and Rakukaja. And since Demithing does quite a lot of damage with Tornado at this point, the fight's pretty short. We actually don't want Fomorian to gain experience from this fight, so I had to redo it. We level up and put a point into strength, and we also learn focus, which is one of the strongest skills in the game. We begin our prep for the next boss by fusing a unicorn using an Ekomata and an angel, and then a Lilling using the Shikigami and pigs and sacrificing that unicorn. We fuse a Koppa Tengu using a Shatter Skull, the Lilling we just made, and then we sacrifice a Preta. We fuse a Zem using Wisp, Shikigami, and sacrificing a Kodama. We fuse a regular arrows using Angel Archangel. And finally a Diz using the Koppa Tengu, the arrows, and sacrificing the Zem, all three that we just fused. With the 3 Onis dead, we can now enter Ongyo-ki's cave. I will be using Coronzon, Momonofu, and this, and we will equip the Wadatsumi Magatama. For this fight, we want the Kagutsuchi phase to be full, otherwise it's kinda just impossible. Ongyo-ki has 5500 HP and no weakness, and will hit you with fizz and death attacks. Almost every turn he'll start with Dragon Eye, use a bunch of buffs, and then use Replicate, which will spawn 3 other clones. We must hit the Ongyo-ki that has a shadow, however that shadow only shows up if we're fighting him during a full Kagutsuchi. And if we end up hitting the wrong one, he'll nullify the attack, and you'll lose your press turns. So on this fight, the Dekaja from Momonofu becomes a lot more useful. I set up Tsukukaja, Tarukaja, and Rakukaja. For every turn that he's on Replicate, you want to damage him regardless, otherwise his clones will attack you, and whenever he doesn't have Replicate up, he's very likely to just spend his turn buffing just to use Replicate again. He also has access to the Kumda, and because of that I didn't go for many Rakundas during my fight, but because of his AI you can probably easily go for a few and the fight will be a lot faster than mine was. To get by his insta-kills, we can set up Tetraha using this. The way Tetraha works in this game is 1. It affects all of your allies, and 2. It will only go away once the enemy ends up hitting any of your allies with Expel or Death, so you don't have to spam it every single turn, just whenever he ends up using a Death skill. Whenever he doesn't go for Replicate, it's likely he'll do quite a bit of damage because he has quite a few strong physical attacks, but again, because they're physical attacks, they also have a chance to miss. I have 3 out of 4 party members with access to Focus and Lunge, so those were my main damage dealers for this fight, and because he just spams Replicate a lot, he will not attack you much throughout the fight. I level up twice and put both points into strength. We then learn Ice Boost, which we don't teach, and we also get Fog Breath, which we do teach. And here Corazon learns Stone Gaze, which will be very useful for the next 2 fights. Momonofu learns Life Bonus and Brutal Slash, which are both very useful skills. On the next room we can collect the Murakumo Magatama, with a Lily and Onisoro we fuse an Archangel, and then a Unicorn using the Komata Angel and sacrificing that Archangel. We then fuse an Epsaurus and a Jackfrost and sacrifice a Zem to make a Shisa. Fusing a Pixie with a Kodama and sacrificing a Shikigami, we get an Epsaurus. We then fuse a Unicorn with a Shisa and sacrifice the Epsaurus, all 3 that we just made, to get a Flamies. Now we have our team prepared for the next boss fight, which will be White Rider. But before we can fight White Rider, first we must go through the first and second Kalpa. This time around I made sure to not pick up any ground items at all outside of the Moon Key, of course, so that I don't accidentally pick up a Death Stone. I went to check out the Ifrit area to see if we could go through it, but we just don't have enough MP to keep pulling ourselves up to full, so I decided not to risk it. Once we arrive on the third Kalpa, we are met with the 4 Horsemen of the Apocalypse, and they will now appear throughout the Vortex world. Because we don't have them in auras to open up the shortcut, we have to walk all the way back to the entrance, and because we cannot open the shortcut just yet, we'll just be farming in the first Kalpa for now anyways. We make our way back into the Vortex world. From now on, my rider will camp out on quite a lot of terminals, and will instantly attack you, but since we prepped our demons beforehand, we're fine and we're prepared for the fight. While Rider can do fire and also insta-kill you with its spell attack, he can also use the Kaja, so I never went for any buffs on him, but I'm not sure if he just spams it or not. By equipping Shiranui, our whole team cannot take any damage from fire anymore, and to nullify his expel insta-kills we can set up Tetraha with this. So the only way he has of damaging us is with his basic attack, At the start of the fight, he always summons two virtues which have really annoying support skills, and just like the eligors we fought earlier, he'll instantly call out for Moralize after we kill them. However, the virtues he summons don't nullify Stone Gaze, so we can use Corazon's Stone Gaze on them to afflict them with Stone. The boss has 2 press turns, but he gets 2 extras from the virtues, and if the virtues are Stone, their turns will just end up being skipped. And again, anytime he goes for a fire attack, all his press turns will be gone. However, Corazon can still miss Stone Gaze. The turn 1 strategy is skipping Tetraha and going for 2 Fog Breaths, 2 Stone Gazes, or you do 1 Tetraha and only manage 1 Stone Gaze on the very first turn. Once both of the virtues are stoned, I start setting up all of my other debuffs. I debuff pretty much every single one of his stats. I don't remember if I went for 1 Mark Cry or 2, but his basic attack still did quite a bit of HP regardless. But since we're nullifying most of his damage and he only has 4000 HP, the fight's pretty short. We also dismiss Corazon because we don't want him to gain his experience. Level up twice and put 2 points into Vitality. But since we had to use Shinui, we don't learn anything that we care about. Now we need to prep for the next boss, which is going to be Red Rider. First I fuse an Archangel using an Isura Lily and sacrificing a Kodama. With the Dot Web and Nerfs we made earlier, now sacrificing the Archangel we just made, we get a Taraka. With a Bad Bukatha, a Huapo, and sacrificing a Preta, we can fuse a Koppa Tengu. Using a Jack Frost, a Zam, and sacrificing the Flames we made earlier, we can fuse an Apsaras. We then fuse an Ekomata with a Jack Frost and sacrifice that Apsaras to make another Archangel. We then fuse the Taraka, the Koppa Tengu, and sacrifice the Archangel to make an Oni. Another Apsaras using Kodama Pixie Jack Frost. And then using Adrian Pix and sacrificing a Jack Frost, we fuse another Amino Uzume. And with the Apsaras, the Amino Uzume, and sacrificing a Corazon, we can fuse a Takemi Nakata. Once that is done, we use the terminal to get to the underpass of Ginza to meet our next boss, which is Red Rider. For this fight, I'll be using the Mamunofu, the Takemi Nakata, and the Oni while having the Hifumi Magatama equipped. Red Rider can deal physical, electric, and force damage, while also having access to the Kunda. And just like White Rider, he'll spend the first turn to summon his minions. This time around their powers, which also have annoying support attacks just like the Virtues did. However, just like with Virtues, they can also be afflicted with Stone. But instead of using Corazon's Stone Gaze, we'll be using Takemi Nakata's instead. Since Takemi Nakata moves first, we can easily do 2 Stone Gazes on the first turn. While the Hifumi Magatama is useful for the skill we're gonna be learning here, we can also use it as a way of stealing press turns from Red Rider. And then Takemi Nakata can steal press turns if he gets hit by Bolt Storm. However, the biggest problem of this fight is definitely Terrorblade. Terrorblade hits multiple foes and has a 30% chance of panicking. So if you get him lucky, yeah, this fight's gonna suck. But yeah, we have multiple ways of stealing his press turn, so that does help a lot. We can also randomly cast a debuff, so he's forced to use the Kunda and lose a press turn from that. He can go for the Kunda on his first or second action, but since his AI is coded to always go for it once he's debuffed, we go for every single possible buff and then use focus and a physical attack for damage. And just like White Rider, he has 4000 HP, so the fight ends pretty quickly. We level up and put a point into Vitality and also learn War Cry, which we replace Tarunda with. Takemi Nakata learns the Kaja. Oni learns both War Cry and the Stoma, which are two useful skills. And Nora. Before fighting Black Rider, first we go through the obelisk. We fuse an Mizuchi using our Takemi Nakata and the Kodama. We then fuse an Inugami using a Wisp and we sacrifice that Mizuchi. We fuse an Amane Uzume using an Angel and a Pixie. We fuse a Pixie with an Apsaras and sack the Amane Uzume to get a Shisa. We fuse the Inugami with the Shisa and sacked it from Morunbane 9 years ago to get a Jiazai. We fuse a Corazon using a Pixie that's web and sacrificing her this. We fuse an Apsars using a Pixie Kodama and sacrificing a Jack Frost. And then another Shisa by fusing that Apsars with a Jack Frost sacrificing a Corazon. An Ame using Angel Pixie and second a Jack Frost. We fuse an Angel and sacrifice the Ame we get a Forneus. Apsaras Kodama Pixie Preta. We fuse Lime an Angel and second that Apsaras we get a Jack-o'-lantern. And now using the forneus, the Jack-o'-lantern, and sacrificing the Shisa, we make a brand new this. We explore the north of Asakusa to meet Sakahagi. After that, we make our way into Mifunashiro to talk to Futomimi. Once we go back to the Asakusa terminal, Hijiri will tell us about the obelisk. We travel to Ginza and make our way towards the second entrance of Assembly of Nihil. We then climb the obelisk. At floor 77, we'll pick up a magic insect, which we'll use later on. At floor 128, we go to 3 fights that don't award us any experience. These 3 fights are all pretty easy because you can just set up when they have no HP. Clotho can hit us with ailments and heal herself. Lachesis can buff and debuff while also putting up Tetrakarn or Makarakarn. And finally, Atropos only has damaging skills, which are all the 4 magical elements, so we have a good opportunity to just use magic mirrors again. It's important to mention that these 3 fights must be done on in a row, because if you get out of the puzzle, not only will the puzzle reset, so will the fights. After that is done, we have the actual boss fight, which is the 3 of them together. The scene I'll be using is Oni, Jiazai, and this, and I also equipped the Maroga and Magatama for this. The sisters' moveset are basically the same as when we fought them alone. Clotho can hit you with Marion Carrying, Mahama, or even the Kumda, but as long as any of them are damaged, she seems to just spam her healing spells. Lachesis can set up Tetrakarn, which is pretty annoying for this fight because we're only going to be doing physical damage. For Clotho and Lachesis, we can just kill them with using physical attacks, and Atropos will likely just kill herself by hitting her magic mirror. Also, since the damage she receives is the damage that she would deal to the party, we don't debuff her attack. We level up and put 2 more points into Vitality. And give up on learning the last 2 Marogare skills, so we can instantly learn Pierce later on. Oni gets life gain. So I forgot I wasn't supposed to give the experience on that fight, so I had to redo it. We get the Jed Magatamas. We then meet 2 extra demon slots. We go back to Asakusa to talk to Hijiri. And now we'll be prepping for Black Rider. We fuse an Archangel using Lily and Sora and sacrificing Momonofu. We fuse a Naga using that Archangel and Sora and sacrificing a Jack Frost. We fuse a Datsueba using Shikigami and Apsaras. And then a Zochilton using the Naga and Datsueba just fuse and sacrificing a Jack Frost. We fuse a Lily and a Sora and sacrificing her disc to get another Archangel. We then fuse a Jack-o'-lantern using Angel, Slime, and Tadaka. And finally, we can fuse the Archangel with the Jack-o'-lantern and sacrificing Jack Frost. We get a Sarasvati. We're now ready for Black Rider, so we go to his location. Black Rider can do Ice, Curse, and Almighty damage. He has 4600 HP. The wiki says he has the Kaja, but I didn't see him using that. His minions can use insta-kill death skills such as Karn and Makakaja. Black Rider still doesn't have a lot of HP, although it's higher than the first 2 riders, it is still not a lot. At first I thought he would spam the Kaja, but because he doesn't spam the Kaja, we can just set up the buffs we want regardless. Although there were some attempts where he just decided to spam Megidolal, and like my power members just fucking died. So this felt a bit like the Raidou fight, because we need to get lucky with his attacks so we don't instantly lose. I equipped the Miyazo Magatama to know Ice, so we really want him to just spam Glacial Blast. He can also use Soul Divine, which halves your current HP, but since he can't ever kill you unlike his almighty attacks, we really don't care about it. Since his minions can use Evil Gaze, we set up the Traha to fix that. For damage, we'll just be using Focus Spam again. I died at the start of the fight quite a few times, so I decided to use Speed Up. But once you set up, the fight becomes a lot easier along with him not having much HP. I leveled up and put points into Vitality and also did not teach Wild Dance. Menorah. With Black Rider dead, I can now make my way to the 3rd Kalpa to unlock the shortcut. And the conclusion is that I'm still stuck farming the very first warp zone, because we need 15 strength to be able to break the rocks on the 3rd Kalpa as well. The next boss you'll be fighting is Mara, and you'll make use of attack mirrors to cheese him. Earlier I got a turquoise from Naga, and farmed 2 opals instead of 1 inside the Amal network. However, I forgot there was just an attack mirror inside a random cube in a Kibukuro tunnel. For this trap, we want to use Taunt, because that decreases his defense and increases his attack, and since we're reflecting his own damage back at him, this is double good for us. First, we fuse a Jack-o'-lantern using Angel Slime and sacrificing a Taraka. We then fuse a Shisa using a Jack Frost Apsaras and sacrificing a Zochilton. We then fuse a Lilin with a Jack-o'-lantern we just made and sacrificed the Shisa to make a Naga. I then went to Rex Julie to trade in some of my gems and also get the extra attack mirror I farmed for. We go to Shibuya, wait for Fumu, and then go inside this room in the back right here.
Damn it! And we're got now.
Did you get all that? Anyways, while Mara has lower HP compared to every single boss we fought earlier, whenever he takes damage, he'll instantly go for the Arahant and heal him back to full on the next turn. My strategy for this fight is having Naga use Tone and Demifin use his attack mirror. However, for it to work, Mara can now use Hades Blast turn 1 because then your party would just die instantly. But we do need him to use it on the second turn. What happened on my winning attempt is that he went for my Kajama on turn 1 and Naga was just muted forever. He ended up not going for Hades Blast turn 2, but because I had one extra mirror, I was able to last one more turn with Mara. He did go for Hades Blast turn 3, however that did not instantly kill it, but he was left with really low HP, so I was able to finish him off. I equipped the Yamante Magatama because running-wise there was no specific skill I could learn right here. I put more points into Vitality. Naga learns both Life Gain and Fog of Breath from Stolen Valor because they did not do what they were supposed to do in this fight. Muspel Magatamas. The next boss we'll be doing is the raidou rematch. First you fuse a slime using Preta Shikigami and sacrificing her Naga. I fuse an Archangel using Lily Isora and sacrificing a Kodama. We then fuse an Isora using Lily Angel and sacrificing a Kodama. With that we can use the Archangel, the Isora, and sacrificing the slime, all three that we just made, to fuse a brand new Naga. I then made my way to the third Kalpa, only to find out I didn't put enough points into strength because I needed 15 to progress and I only had 13. So I had to redo both Black Rider and Mara and put points into strength after those fights. It seems I put 2 points into Vitality that I should have been putting into strength after the White Rider fight, which means I could be farming on the second Kalpa ever since then. And again, that's also the requirement to break the rocks on the warp zone for the third Kalpa, so I can farm that right now. Once we're done with that, I went back into the third Kalpa and now I'm finally able to open the door. Once we get to the floor below, we are met with Raidou. And in here, we are met with the classic chase sequence. On my first playthrough, it was pretty hard because I had no clue what I was doing, but after that, it just became really easy. So after the chase sequence, we can go down this ladder and the boss is just behind that door right there. But before we fight him, we take the warp back to the entrance so we can save the game. We then make our way back into that point, but we obviously don't have to go through the chase sequence again. The raidou rematch is much easier compared to the first one, and that's mainly because we do a lot more damage than we dealt back then. This time around has 5000 HP and still resists everything. He starts with just the regular moves he had on the first fight. Once he talks for the first time, he'll gain access to Provoke just like on the first fight. But this time around, he also gains access to an AoE Elect and AoE Force attack. Once he talks for the second time, he'll gain access to Jiraiya Dance, which is an undodgeable Megiddo. And I guess he can also use Texatsu, which is an almighty attack that has a chance of insta-killing. However, he didn't use it on this fight, and I'm guessing he might just be the raidou from the chase sequence that has access to that. I assume he would Dekunda if we try to debuff him, so I just went for Tarukaja, Rokukaja, and Tsukukaja. Our main source of damage was just focus spam. We have third party members with access to that, and yeah, he died while I'm talking. I level up twice and made triple double check sure that I put points in the right stat. I then learned the last two skills from the Kamudama Gatama, which are both useless. Naga learns Fog Breath and Health Thrust, but there was no reason for me to teach Health Thrust because Mighty Gust is stronger. And then we teach Zyonga, which is a really useful attack for the next section. Menorah. After that, we could take the TP back to the entrance again. I then tested how much Maka I gained from the third warp zone. For this warp zone, all of the hidden Maka are at the very end, so I can go through the first part really fast with the speed up, and then I only stop speeding up once I get so closer to the end where I have to pay attention. 2, 6, 8, 7, 1, 5. And just like that, easy 6000 Maka. Makes you think of how much time I would have saved if I had the right strength value to farm the second and third Kalpa earlier. After a bit of farming, I fused the Shisa using Jack Frost Absaurus and sacrificing a Zen. Then we fused the Unicorn using Absaurus, Jack-o'-lantern and sacrificing a Jack Frost. We then fused the Unicorn with the Shisa and sacrificed the Pisca that you can buy from the broker on the first Kalpa to get a Flamies. I could use an Absaurus and a Sora. We fused an Acres with Principality and sacrificed a Kodama to get a Power. We then fused that power with an Incubus to get a Mizuchi. I fused the disc using Orthrus and Atropos so I can complete farm Mega Rocks from the Elementals again. I bought the Nirvana disc. I talked to Ujiri inside the Asikasa terminals that he would take me into the Yamala network. As mentioned earlier, I had this use Plead on the Elementals so that I could get a few more Mega Rocks. The boss fight in this area is a rematch with Specter, but his gimmick is different this time around. You start the fight with no MP, and will use Mana Drain to drain your own MP so that he can start casting his skill. With enough MP, he'll start casting Megiddo, and since we're fighting a bunch of Spectres all at once, it's likely that you'll just die instantly. But we can ignore this gimmick by wasting away all of our MP before entering the fight. In this area, you can also encounter Phantoms and no Mana Drain, so we can completely drain away all of our MP. Instead of relying on the small number that we are left with if we spend just our skills. Since Sarasvati knows Mana Refuel, we want her to be on stock while we do this. I wasn't sure how many steps it took until Spectre attacked you, but I entered the room with 0 MP on Sarasvati, but after a few steps, she entered the battle with 15. Spectre has quite a lot of HP, and the only way I was going to be doing proper damage on this fight was using Megiddo Rocks. Outside of Mana Drain and Megiddo, Spectre also has access to the Kunda, so I entered the fight with Naga at 30 MP, so I had just enough to be able to cast a single Fog Breath, because without it we would be missing quite a bit with the Megiddo Rocks. And luckily Sarasvati had a skill that costed exactly 15 MP, so she was able to get to 0 exactly that way. You can also set up Makakaja with Mizuchi, so you increase the damage you do and the fight doesn't take too long. But I ended up not using any buffs at all because I would always mess up my MP value whenever I tried using them. We put 2 points into Vitality and learned both Violet Flash and Anti-Light, so the next time we level up using the Nirvana Magatama, we'll be able to learn Divine Shot. After that, I talked to someone and disagreed with him. I didn't remember if you got random encounters the next time you came to the Amala network, so I decided to please farm a few more Megiddo rocks before leaving. I left and talked to Hijiri. I then began the fusions I needed for Pale Rider or next boss, who's the last horseman of the apocalypse. First I made a Jack Frost using a Kodama, Shikigama, and a sacrificing your Mizuchi. Then a Principality using Incubus, Isora, and sacrificing your Oni. With an Absers and an Isora, I fused the Aquans, Aquans, and then a new power using Aquans, the Principality, and sacrificing an Apsaras. We then fused a new Mizuchi using the power we just made, an Incubus, and sacrificing the Jack Frost we made earlier, so basically we sacrificed a Mizuchi into another Mizuchi. We need to go to a very random location where a Wapo will tell us about Ikawa being in Inkibukaros. So we went there and agreed with him. Now we make our way back to Asakusa where Hijiri tells us about the mannequins. So we must go to Mifunashiro again. But Tomimi says Yoyogi Park. And now we can go this way that used to be under construction. And in here, we have our encounter with Pale Rider. He has 5000 HP and his supports are lowest. He can hit us with Mabufudai and Blight, which is an AoE physical skill that has a chance of poisoning. He then has Eternal Rest, which is a guaranteed insta-kill to any part member that's asleep. He then has Pestilence, which is an AoE Almighty attack that also has a chance of insta-killing, but this time around it's for poison targets. And the lowest have quite a few annoying attacks as well, from death type attacks like Evil Gaze and insta-kills, to Dormina and Debilitate, and finally Last Resort. While Pale Rider doesn't inherently have any buff or debuff removal, because the lowest can just spam Debilitate, I never ended up going for any buffs. Now let me explain why Last Resort makes this fight so much harder than it should be. If a low goes for Last Resort, they'll die and heal Pale Rider, but the problem is that just like the other riders, Pale Rider will just call up for more allies whenever any of them are dead. So we must play as aggressively as possible during this fight. I equipped the Jed Magatama so I nullify poison and can't get insta-killed from Pestilence. Turn 1 we set up 2 War Cries and 2 Fog Breaths. And turn 2 we set up 4 Raccoondas. And then we basically just focus spam with Naga and Demi Fiend. So we attempt to end the fight as fast as possible before any of the lowest decides to use Last Resort or simply debilitate your stats into oblivion. I ended up using speed up because this fight is pretty much RNG hell and took quite a few attempts. I put more points into strength. Sarasvati learns force boost. Menorah. Once we're done with that, if it's a preta with a Shikigami and sacrifice our Naga to get a slime. We fuse a Death Web using Shikigami and Apsaras. We fuse a Principality using Incubus and Isora. We fuse a Zam using a Wisp and a Shikigami. With the Zen Death Web and sacrificing the Principality, we fuse a Forneus. We fuse a Unicorn using Jack-o'-lantern and Apsaras and sacrificing the Preta. And then we finally fuse a Baphomet using Slime, Forneus and sacrificing the Unicorn, all 3 that we just made. After we finish our fusions and with Pale Rider beaten, we will now proceed through the passage that's now open and head towards Asakusa Tunnel. So I'm here to talk about what we mentioned part, but since I already mentioned it earlier, just remember, I'm just gonna keep it. Asakusa Tunnel is just really short and there is like nothing inside, so we just get through it really fast. Once we arrive at the park, the doors are locked, so first we must talk to Yuki and she'll give us the key, but then we need to collect her thingy for the dinghies that the guy that has it is in the park. Yoyogi part feels the same as the raidou chase sequence, in which on my very first playthrough I spent a long ass time to clear them, but on every subsequent playthrough it was pretty quick. Once you arrive at the end, we have a boss fight beyond that door right there, but before we go through it, first we must save the game. The next boss you'll be fighting is a double feature. It's first girimehkala and then sakahagi, one after the other. Girimehkala can inflict panic with panic voice, which he decided to spam on my first full attempt, and every time a demon of mine would be sent back to the stock, I just reset the attempt. He can inflict bind, buff, and debuff, but none of those things happened on my attempt. He can inflict poison using toxic cloud or blight. He also has the Kumda, so I assumed he would just spam that and I didn't go for any debuffs. It's important to mention that girimehkala repels physical, so we build a party that specifically only does magic damage. I went for Makakaja, Rakukaja, and Sukakaja, and because he only has 4000 HP, the fight ended up getting pretty easy once he decided to stop spamming panic voice. I equipped Murakumo for a reason I explained a bit, and also a funny side effect of buffing her magic is that Sarasvati healing also gets stronger, so despite her using only media, she'll be healing for a lot. For Sakahagi, we have nothing to say about him. He has no HP and deals no damage, and we can easily just kill him with like a snap of our fingers. We level up and put 3 points into strength. We then learn No Mind, which we teach over lunge. We can safely replace lunge here because the next two bosses that we'll be fighting will only be dealing magical damage. We also learn 2 skills that we really don't care about. We pick up the dinghy our teacher told us to pick up. We give Yuko her thingy, but we're really scared of her because she didn't give us more demon slots. We go back to Asakusa and this guy yaps for some reason. Once you got Yuko's thingy, we unlock the new fiend, so we'll be preparing for that now. We start by fusing an arrow using a jack-frost, a jack-o'-lantern, and sacrificing our Baphomet. We then fuse a new using a Taraka and eligor and sacrificing the arrows. Shikigami, Preta, Wisp, Kodama. We fuse a slime using Preta, Shikigami, and sacrificing an Apsaurus. We then fuse a Zam using a Wisp, Shikigami, and sacrificing a Kodama. We fuse a Datweb using Wisp, Kodama, and sacrificing a Pixie. Another arrow using Jack Frost, jack-o'-lantern, but this time around sacrificing Apsaurus. We fuse a Thorn using Zen, Datweb, and sacrificing the arrows. And finally, we fuse our new Baphomet using Slime Thorn using sacrificing the new. We then use the terminal to get to Shibuya. We then enter a Yogi part from the entrance we did at the very start of the game. And here we have the next thing, which is Mother Harlot. Mother Harlot drains a leg and reflects fizz, so we must use a full magic party again. She can use Deathless, which is an AoE mind attack that can charm. Beast Roar, which is an AoE Almighty attack that drains her HP. Mother Harlot also has access to Dragon Eye, Makajamaon, Focus, and Dekunda. And then her last 2 damage skills are both Alak, being Maziodyne and Bolt Storm. She also has a special basic attack that hits multiple times, but since the damage is split between each attack, it doesn't matter. And that happens to be her only physical attack, so whenever she does use Focus, that's all that she can buff it with. Since she can Dekunda, we're not gonna go for any debuffs. Since we have No Mind, the Mifine won't be affected by Charm. And we also equip the Narukami Magatama to nullify her Alak attacks. Basically, we set up with Makakaja, Rakukaja, and Tsukakaja, and we heal pretty much every turn of Sarasvati, because if any of them die, we have to buff them back up again after reviving them. During my winning attempt, she ended up using my kodama on and affecting Demi-Fiend and Mizuchi, but since I only had one dismute, Mizuchi spent the rest of the fight without being able to use any skills, but since she doesn't have much HP, the fight isn't hard. We level up, put 2 points into strength and don't teach shock. Mizuchi learns fog breath. Renome. We do a couple fusions before the next boss. First we make yet another arrow using Jack Frost Jack-o'-lantern, but this time around we sacrifice our Sarasvati. We fuse a Taraki using Shikigami, Sora, and sacrificing a Preta. And then we fuse a new by fusing the Taraka with an eligor and sacrificing the arrows. I use a terminal to get to Ikebukuro. We climb back to Gozuteno once more, but this time around Chiaki absorbs Gozuteno and becomes like a there's a little thing there. I jumped down once more. We use a terminal to get to Kabukicho prison and now there's some kind of fog. And then at the top floor we have these cool guys. And then past this door we have our next boss, who's Black Frost. He only has 2950 HP, and outside of having the massive fizz resist that Kinky also had, the only other way we have of damaging him is with either a lack or force attacks. His skills are pretty lackluster. All he can do is ice damage, he has a weak fizz attack, and also Mamudun. By equipping the Anathema Magatama, the whole party will now nullify the insta-kill, and we also have a bunch of party members that nullify the ice attacks as well. I set up 2 Warcries and 2 Fog Breaths and also a few Makakajis and Rakundas, but you don't really need to max those 2 out because he doesn't have much HP anyways. Baphomet learns Dismal Tune, which is really important. New also learns Ice Boost, but it will be a while until we actually make use of that. We get the Satan Tamagamas. Once we go back to the Asakisa terminal, Hijiri is like tweaking, and then he gets pulled into the Yamala network. We purchase the Gehina Magatama. First we fuse a Saruta Hiku using Lilian Taraka and sacrificing a Mizuchi. And then on God, using Eligor Jack-o'-lantern and sacrificing the Ziazai. After being repeatedly asked to pursue Hijiri every time I interact with the terminal, I'll finally do so. We go into the Yamala network and then we find someone who's like doing something here, I don't know. And now we have our last rematch with Inspector Gadget. This time around, once per turn, a Specter will cast Last Resort and die, but won't damage the other Specters. However, they have no HP, so the fight just ends really quickly if we use Megidorox and Dismal Tune from Baphomet. We also dismiss Baphomet because we don't want him to gain experience from this fight. Level up twice and put 2 points into strength. We also learn both Hellfire and No Fire, but we only teach the latter over No Mind. On God learn Statue Card and Brutal Slash. Terutahiko then learns Counter, Focus, and Health Thrust. We get out of the Yamala network one last time and head towards the Yamala temple. In here we have 3 different temples we can explore in any order, and each one of them has a boss fight. First we'll be going to the red temple to fight Skadi, because once again she's one of the bosses that we need a magic party for. We start by fusing an incubus using an Apsaras and a Sora and sacrificing a Lilin. We fuse a Setanta using a Troll, an Aquans, and sacrificing our Mizuchi. We fuse a Zochoten using a Lily and a Nani, and then a Kushinada using a Taraka, the Zochoten, and sacrificing an Eligor. Now we must make our way into the red temple, which... yeah, it fucking sucks. And at the top we'll encounter Skadi. Skadi has 4000 HP, can both attack and defense. Has Mezandine, Makajamon, and Thunderclap, which is an expel skill that halves her HP, and a really strong phase attack called Earthquake, which cannot crit. She seems to follow a pattern. While turn 1 she goes for something completely random, turn 2 she go for Tarukaja twice, and then turn 3 she'll follow that up with an Earthquake and a Rakukaja. She will then follow this 3-turn pattern until she reaches phase 2. On the very turn she gets to phase 2, she uses both the Kaja and the Kunda, and then every turn after that she'll use Dragon Eye. However, the only times I saw her use the Kaja or the Kunda were the guaranteed ones during her phase change. I equipped the Jed Magatama to nullify her Makajamon, and I also have demons that can nullify the Force and expel attacks. I set up Fog Breath, Warcry, Rakukaja, and a few Makakajas and Rakundas. I did not see her using Earthquake on the second phase, so I mostly just focused on Makakajas and Rakundas there. Kushinada can easily heal us back to full using Meteorama. Biggest problem of this fight is if Skadi decides to spam Makajamon. I could just buy some Dismutes, or I could just get lucky. And despite her not having much HP, the fight does take longer than it should because we need to set up after she goes to her second phase. Next, we'll go to the Black Temple to fight Aciel. First, we fuse a Taraki using a Shikigami and his sword and sacrificing an Archangel. We then fuse that Taraki with a Mizuchi and sacrifice a Momonelfo to get a Komokuten. And now we traverse through the Black Temple. And I really like the Black Temple because we can reach the boss in 2 seconds. So now we're here. Aciel has 8000 HP and like some kind of gimmick. But he mainly just uses physical attacks, so we set up 2 taunts and keep spamming Tetrakarn until he just kills himself. We put points into strength and then learn a brand new physical attack, which is Divine Shot, and replace Force Boost. And now for once we don't have to fuse any demon for the next boss. The white temple is pretty easy, but the problem is that I have the memory of a goldfish, so it took me a bit to get to the boss. And here we encounter Albion online and his 4 Zoas. I really like the gimmick they went for this fight, but admittedly it's really easy. So at the start of the fight, Albion summons 4 Zoas. Each one of the Zoas reflects an element and is weak to its counterpart. However, we can just use physical attacks and completely ignore that gimmick. Another important thing is that whenever Albion dies, any of the Zoas will revive him back up to full HP. And once all of the Zoas are dead, Albion will revive all of them back to full HP. Albion only has 2700 HP, while all of the Zoas have 1300. Each Zoa will deal damage with the element that they reflect, while Albion will deal damage using physical attacks. However, that's all they can really do, deal damage. Because they can't remove buffs or debuffs, we set up 2 Warcries, 2 Fog Breaths, and Tarokajas. We don't need to heal at all during this fight because they are very likely to miss, or even if they do hit you, they will not be doing much damage. All 4 of our party members can set up Focus. Since Demifin has no fire, I equipped the Magatama that is weak to fire but also knows ice. Since Albion will only revive the Zoas after they are all dead, we can begin by killing the Zoas one by one, and once there is only one Zoa left, we pay attention to their HP, so we can kill both the last Zoa and Albion on the same turn. Our physical attacks can also crit often, so the fight doesn't last long. Nocturne learns life gain, and I also teach on God the Sukukaja, but I'm not sure if it's gonna ever be used. Once we finish all the temples, the Selmo sacrifices Sijiri to become Noah's Ark or something like that. 2 demons come by and tell us of their god in Asakusa, and with that Asakusa is unfortunately no longer safe. We begin our fusions by using an Oni with an sword and sacrificing a disc to get a Yamotsu Shikome. Succubus with an Archangel sacrifice a preta to get a Mizuchi. By fusing the Yamotsu Shikome with the Mizuchi and sacrificing her Baphomet, we can get an Akuninushi. It's important that this Akuninushi doesn't have any extra points into agility. So now we need to do an annoying fusion line so we can get the exact amount of experience we want on our next demon. I fuse a Kodama with a Pix and sacrifice her Kushinada to get an Apsaras. We fuse a Lilin with an Oni to get a Zochoten. We fuse the Kushinada using a Taraka, Zochoten and sacrificing a Preta. We fuse a Jack Frost by using a Kodama, Shikigami and sacrificing the Komokten. Koppa Kodama Jack Frost to make an Earthfeast. Kodama Shikigami always make a Jack Frost. With the new Kushinada, Kodama and sacrifice the Jack Frost, we fuse a Magna Carta. We fuse an Orthrus using a Taraka and Oni and sacrificing a Zen. We fuse a Diz using Momono for Archangel and sacrificing an Eligor. And then a Berith using the Orthrus, the Diz and sacrificing the Magna Carta. For the next fight, we'll be needing the Kamurogi Magatama, and it costs 135,000 Maka on hard mode. I decided to go through the Cursed Corridor right now to get Ifrit's 250k. I don't think I needed to keep healing myself because I had a stoma and it was a higher level than all the demons encountered in the area. Once I got the Maka, I went to buy the Kamurogi Magatama. I then traveled to Mifuna Shiro and descended the Stratums. I met the same demons that led us here and I agreed with them because I believe in everything Asuga believes. Once we reach the Mirror Chamber, we get ready for the next boss. Then there's like a really long cutscene and the choice to do here really doesn't matter because there's no other boss you can fight outside the surface in this cutscene. There is no other way, they're really the only boss you can find in this cutscene. There's no other choice, you're really forced to do this, there's no other way, you cannot agree with Yusuga, it's impossible to agree with Yusuga. You can't agree with Yusuga and fight any other boss outside of this, you're forced to disagree with Yusuga. And then you fight with these guys there, So all three of the Seraphims resist every single element outside of physical. And they also have the same HP at 3000. First up we have Raphael, who can use Beast Eye, Tetrakarn, Makarakarn, deal damage with Stasis Blade, and heal the party with the Arahan. Gabriel can do Expel and Lag damage, while also having an Expel skill that halves the current HP of all foes. Uriel can set up Beast Eye and heal with the Arahan just like Raphael, but can also do Fire and Almighty damage. Since they don't have the Kunda nor the Kaja, the fight ends up being really easy. At first I thought the correct strategy was focusing on Uriel because they can use the Arahan, but since Raphael can also use the Arahan but can set up Tetrakarn and Makarakarn, we should focus him first. So we set up Fog Breath, Warcry, Rakunda, and Tarukaja, and we just do a lot of damage to them. Even if Kamurogi equipped, we don't care about fire attacks because we have the no fire passive. And with Fog Breath set up, they'll also end up missing their attacks regardless. So Mazio dying from Gabriel was also not a problem. We put 1 point into strength and 1 point into vitality. From the Kamurogi Magatama, we have both blight and life gain. We don't teach the former, just the latter. And over life bonus. Berith learns the Kaja, Hellfire, and Fire Boost, all three really useful skills. Kuninushi levels up and learns Agidan, and this level up is also important that we don't gain a point into agility. After that, Chiaki turns into a ball. I then traveled to Ginza and made my way into Yurakucho Tunnel. And once we're there, we're met with the very last fiend, Trumpeter. They finally gave HP to a boss! Trumpeter has 11,000 HP and can do damage with every single magical element. And it can also set up with Makakaja and use the Kaja. But none of those really matter. What we actually care about are his two exclusive skills, which are Holy Melody and Evil Melody. Holy Melody fully heals whoever currently has the lowest HP percentage. This counts Trumpeter, while Evil Melody instantly kills whoever has the lowest percent of HP instead. And of course, that does not include Trumpeter. He will always go for Holy Melody turn 1, and so 4 turns after that, meaning turn 5 he'll go for Evil Melody. And he'll alternate between them every 4 turns after that. We set up Fog Breath, Warcry, and Rakunda. I also went for Tarukaja just so he would waste a press turn by having to use the Kaja, but from what I've seen, he only uses the Kaja on his second press turn, meaning if we nullify or he misses whatever he used on his first turn, he won't be able to cast the Kaja on that turn. I know there are a lot of cheeses you can do for this guy, but here was the strategy I ended up using. On the 5th turn, I made sure Kuninushi was the one with the lowest amount of HP. I would then use a revival bit on him, so he would revive with very low HP. And then on the turn that Trumpeter goes for Holy Melody, I bring a Kuninushi back from the stock, so that he just heals a Kuninushi back up. And after that, we have enough damage to kill Trumpeter before he goes for Evil Melody again. Saruto Hiko and Demi-Fiend go for Focus and a physical attack right after, and sometimes I also use Hellfire with Berith. Just like on the Albion fight, I equipped the Miyaza Magatama so that I could nullify 2 elements at the same time. Because every single damaging skill that Chomper has is AoE, despite the fact that Berith is weak to ice, Chomper doesn't gain any precedence from that because we nullify it at the same time. Sarutahiko levels up in this fight, and one thing I should mention is that he needs to be faster than Berith for Beelzebub, which is the next boss we'll be fighting. Currently they both have 8 AG, and I wasn't sure what determined their turn order, so I thought I needed to get Sarutahiko to 9 AG. So I reloaded the save and did the fight again to try getting the agility point for Sarutahiko. But once I reloaded the save for a third time, I realized that the turn order between them just depended on whoever I put into the party from the stock first. So I beat Trumpeter once again, and the game laughed at my face by giving me the extra agility point. After that, we proceeded through the tunnel. We give a preta to a miner so he can finish digging up his hole. It takes a few Kagutsuchi cycles for him to be done. While giving him a demon that has the high strength stat will make it so he finishes digging faster, we still have a few things to do before we actually care about the reward that he'll give us. After some time, we got out of the tunnel and into the diet building, but before we progress through here, will be 3 more bosses. With the last thing that, we now have access to the 4th Kalpa, so we make our way towards there. We go through the cursed corridor, and then into this portal where we must enter during a new Kagutsuchi. We'll walk for a little bit until we reach the Wicked King's Hall, and now we'll be fighting the next boss, which is Beelzebub. We walk to the boss at 4 times game speed. Beelzebub can randomly move first turn 1. He has 16,000 HP and resists every single element outside of fire, so we brought 2 fire damage dealers. He casts Force, Elec, and Almighty AoE spells, and may also use the Kaja, the Kunda, and Focus. He can use an AoE Almighty attack called Death Flies that has a 100% chance of insta-killing if the foe doesn't nullify death, but by equipping the Seitan Magatama, our whole party does. He'll instantly go for the Kunda or the Kaja if you're at +4 or -4 of any buff or debuff. But as long as you don't go for +4, he won't ever cast the Kaja or Focus. While he won't aggressively use the Kunda like he would if he got any of his stats to -4, he may still randomly cast it. You can go to +4 or -4 before he goes to his second phase, because he only gains access to the Kunda and the Kaja once he enters his second phase. But since you get to second phase really quickly, you will just have to buff and debuff again. For this fight, it's also important that Okuninushi doesn't gain any points into agility, so that he's slower than another demon that has the same agility as he clearly has during the Metatron fight. We put the 2 points we got into Vitality. So guess what? Okuninushi got a point into Agility, so I had to redo the fight. Yay! After that, we took a detour out of the Labyrinth of Amalo to fuse for our next boss. We started with Ashisa using Pixie and Sora and sacrificing a Kodama. We then fused the Kikuri Himi using a Datsueba and Dashisa. We fuse the Dionysus in a Shikigami, Daikikuri-hime, and sacrificing a Jack Frost. We then fuse the first out of 3 Atavakas that we're gonna be using in battle. We use the Dionysus, a power, and sacrifice the Nepsaurus. Pixie Sword sacrifice a Kodama to make a Shisa. Inugami Shisa sacrifice a Jack Frost to make a Jiazai. Amena Uzume using Angel, Pixie, and the Lilin. We fuse the Jack Frost with a Jack-o'-lantern and sacrifice the Young God to make an Arrows. And then we finally fuse our Horus using the Jiazai, the Yamane Uzume, and sacrifice the Arrows. From there I make a detour to Urakshotono to see if Shiga has finished digging. And he did, so he found 4 treasures and we're allowed to pick up 2. One of that is the Kimon Stone. But even if we don't pick it up, he just give it to us because he has no need for it. From here we explore the north of Asakusa to find the Nocturne temple. And in here we'll have our first fight with Bisha Mountain. Since this fight is really easy, I started in the Yatavaka so you can learn Endure and you'll pass it down when the time comes. And we also equip the Kaburogi Magatama. Bishamoda has slightly less than 5000 HP and the only 2 moves we care about are Focus and Hasahopa. We can cheese him with Tetrakarn, but I didn't for a few reasons. He also always attack first. Hasahopa is a physical attack that hits all foes and does a lot of damage and has a high chance of critting. If he crits you turn 1, you're basically just dead. I set up Fog Breath, Warcry, Rakukaja, and a few Tarukajas. While set up, you can survive a single focus Hasahopa, but if he crits and goes for it again, probably not. Lemifin went for his focus shenanigans, and then I used Atavaka as my second damage dealer. We level up and put points into Vitality, and we also learn Iron Claw, which is our last damaging skill. Horus learns Mana Gain, Dekunda, and Meteorama. And the Man of the Hour learns Endure. We got the Gundam Magatamas. Now we must prep for a Metatron. We start by fusing a Kodama with a Huapo and sacrificing a Shikigami to get an Orthrus. We fuse an Oni with that Orthrus and sacrifice a Kodama to get your Motsikusa. We will now fuse a Jack Frost using Kodama Shikigami and sacrificing the Setanta we made earlier. And now to get the specific XP we want into a demon, we sacrifice the Jack Frost into an Orthrus, and then that Orthrus into a Jack Frost, and then the Jack Frost into an Orthrus, and then that Orthrus into another Jack Frost. We then fuse Shikigami with our Saruta Hiko and sacrifice the last Jack Frost we made to get a Kelpie. And then finally we fuse a Succubus with that Yomotsikusa and sacrifice the Kelpie to get a Takemikazuchi. To unlock the 5th Kalpa, first we must go back into the 2nd Kalpa. We go talk to Ifrit and he tells us that his drinking buddy has the key that opens the golden doors. We then go all the way to Ginza and talk to Loki, and he tells us that he sold the key, and we then buy the key from the collector mannequin in Asakusa. Now I must go to the 3rd Kalpa to open this specific door. That will then give us a secret entrance into the 4th Kalpa. And in here we'll activate the switch so that the passage to 5th Kalpa is now cleared. I then go to that place in the regular 4th Kalpa entrance to reach the 5th Kalpa. Before fighting Metatron, first I must farm some Maka to purchase the Sophia Magatama. Then made my way into the 4th Kalpa and then into the Hell's Vault so I can farm Maka. I practiced for about 30 minutes and then I was able to collect every single hidden Maka. I didn't bother to find the speed up spots in this warp zone at all because it's much harder to dodge things. So now we have the definitive mecha farm for the rest of the game and it won't get any better than this. Once I was done with the farming, I went to buy the Sophia Magatama. We make one more detour before we can fight Metatron. We go to the third Kalpa to get Black Frost to join your party. So here's why I had an asterisk for Black Frost during the rules. We can finally enter the fifth Kalpa and unfortunately the Clygotos offer. The first few floors are pretty short. We then arrive on this door, which is required to get to Metatron. However, to open it, we must have a demon with 25 or higher magic. I don't know if there's any other way of opening this door at this current level, but what we do is we give magic incense to Black Frost, and he'll now have 25 magic, and we can now open the door and proceed. On the next room, we stumble upon another door. However, the requirements for this one is just 20 agility and Horus passes that. And after a bit more walking, we reach Metatron's door. So now we can talk about him. Metatron has the same max HP as Beelzebub, however the element that he doesn't resist is instead ice. At our current level, we'd only be able to fuse a single Bufudyne demon, so we decided to go with a fist party instead, even if it's resisted. Because of that, the fight took a really long time. He attacks first just like Bishamountain, and has 3 different phases. During his first phase, he has access to Holy Wrath and Mahamaon, which our whole party nullifies, Megdolaun, the Kunda, and the Kaja. He is very likely to use the Kunda in this phase, while the Kaja has a lower chance of happening. However, we must also keep one stage of Rakukaja and Sikukaja, and Fog Breath every time he dekundas it. We need the Sikukaja because Iron Claw is very likely to miss with just the Fog Breath unfortunately. If someone else tries this, you should just get Iron Claw later because I thought it'd be helpful for this fight but it just sucks. Once he goes to his second phase, he's less likely to use the Kaja so we can stack some Rakukajas. However, he'll gain access to both Tarokaja and Makakaja and will use them very often. So to counteract that, I started casting Warcry, but because he can still cast the Kunda here, it will just take a while. Because it's easier to stack buffs here, this phase is easier than the first one. I compared my damage to Jin Reapers, and I definitely should have started stacking Tarokajas here, so the fight wouldn't last as long as it did. And finally on his third and final phase, he started using Fire of Sinai and Debilitate. Debilitate we can Dekunda with Horus, while Fire of Sinai is a multi-hit almighty attack that deals a lot of damage. The damage ranges from hitting multiple party members and we can just heal them back up easily, or focusing on just one and they would most likely just die or barely survive. Throughout the run, I haven't been using a lot of Tarokaja and Rakunda for bosses that have the Kaja or the Kunda, and this fight definitely shows that because I wasn't doing much damage at all, while Jin Reaper was doing approximately 3 times more with whatever setup he went for. Early on the fight was definitely gonna be worse because Iron Claw has a higher chance of missing, but it was definitely not my proudest moment. Yeah. Let me check something here. Okay, okay, dude. It doesn't matter. Oh my fucking god. Mm. Oh boy. After that, we descend to the start of the game, and then once more to reach the deepest part of the labyrinth. We get some more lore and are now locked into the TDE ending. That sentence has ending. After that, we get this cool glow. We are then brought to where it all started, and our Marogari Magatama can now teach us Pierce. So we equip it instantly because we'll learn it on the very next fight. Now that we're done with that, we part ways with Black Frost. We'll now set our sights on the diet building. Inside the building, we have 4 mandatory bosses, and they're all really easy because they have no HP. The first one we'll be tackling is Cert, so let's begin the fusions for that. We start by fusing a Virtue using a Jin and Incubus and sacrificing a Mizuchi. We fuse that Virtue with a Jack-o'-lantern to get a Sati. We then fuse a Taraku using a Shikigami and Inugami and sacrificing a Jin. And we'll now make our first Mothman by fusing a Taraka with an Elsa and sacrificing our boy Atavaka. Once we're done with that, we travel to the diet building to meet our friend Cert. Cert only has 5000 HP, absorbs fire and resists Fizz. Since we only get Pierce after this fight, we'll have to use a magic party. His highest damaging skills are fire, so I built demons that nullify them, while Demifing still has the null fire passive. He also has an AoE and a physical single target skill, but they are both pretty weak and he can just miss. Cert also knows Retaliate, but we don't care about that because we're only using magical skills. While he can use the Kunda, he doesn't seem to use it often, or he uses only on his second press turn, and because we're nullifying most of his attacks, or he's just missing, he never gets to use his second press turn. He may also use Beast Eye. We set up a few Makakajas and Rakundas, and use 2 Warcries and 1 Fog Breath. Our demons deal quite a bit of damage using Zemdyne, so the fight doesn't last long. We level up by pointing to Vitality and then learn Pierce, which allow our physical or strength based skills to ignore resistance, nulls or drains. Our next victim is Mada. We begin by fusing our 30 billionth Jack Frost using a Kodama Shikigami and sacrificing the Mothman. We fuse a Naga using a Sudama or a Kurinushi and sacrificing an Apsaurus. We then fuse that Naga with a Mizuchi and we sacrifice an Apsaurus to get an Aquans. And then with a Satanta, that Aquans, and sacrificing a Jack Frost, we fuse our goat Oberon. We progress through the diet building until we reach Mada's living dormitories. Mada is like a chameleon, he only has half of Cert's measly max HP with only 2500. He absorbs physical, but we don't care because we have Pierce. He can use Agidine, which we also don't care. He may use Hades Blast, so if he decides to spam that before you set up, you may die because of the high chance of critting. His signature skill is Intoxicate, which is yet another AoE panic spell. Wow, how creative. I equipped Yomante to nullify that, while all my other party members don't nullify it. The Kunda, Debilitate, and Gathering are skills that he never got to use, so I assume he needs to take a little bit of damage before he can use those. We set up 4 Tarukajas, a single Stikukaja, a single Fog of Breath, and a single Rakunda, and we can safely one-shot him with a critical Iron Claw. We level up to put our very last point into Vitality, and we obviously don't teach Life Aid. And here we have the Oberon magic. Tornado! If you die. Zeodine! Our next boss is Mott, the funny beast eye guy. During this section, we'll be fusing a gym which we won't be using until later on, and that's because we need to pass down the experience from our Take Mikazuchi into that gym, and also teaching Zeodine to other demons by using different Take Mikazuchis. We start by fusing a Sudama with an Eligor and sacrificing a Legion to fuse an Oni. We fuse a Dominion by using a Succubus, a Jin, and sacrificing an Apsaurus. And then we fuse the Dominion with the Oni and sacrifice the Take Mikazuchi to fuse our Jin. We'll now do a fusion line for experience. We begin with Jack Frost, sacrifice the Satsun into an Orthrus, into a Jack Frost, and into another Orthrus. We then fuse a Take Mikazuchi using a Succubus and a Motsikusa and sacrificing the Orthrus we just made. Fusing a Jack-o'-lantern with an Apsaurus and sacrificing a Berith, we get a Unicorn. Fusing a Toraka with an Oni and sacrificing an Apsaurus, we get an Orthrus. With the 3 demons we just made, the Orthrus, the Unicorn, and sacrificing the Take Mikazuchi, we get the goodest bird, Yatagarasu. Another Take Mikazuchi using Succubus, Yamotsikusa. And our last demon of this section, a Purkshi, using a Nose, a Setanta, and sacrificing the Take Mikazuchi we just made. And we'll now make our way into the funny guy. Once you get in the room that has many statues, we must interact with the statue that doesn't have any reflection. I think they are the same every single playthrough instead of being random. Mod follows the pattern of the no HP bosses with only 3,500. He basically nullifies everything that's not a lack and resists fuse, but we have Pierce. The Beast Eye guy can spam Beast Eye if he wants. He can set up with Makakaja, use the Kunda or Diorama. He deals almighty force and physical damage, so I keep the Gundam Magatama to nullify force. And finally, he has the Avenge passive, which does actually matter here since we're gonna be using Iron Claw with Demi Fiend. It does quite a lot of damage, but it doesn't matter because Mod has no HP. Since he uses the Kunda, I set up Tsukukajas instead of Fog Breath. That's all I set up. My demons can just spam Zeodine and the fight went pretty fast regardless. From now on, we will only put points into strength. Yatagarasu learns 3 useful moves in Wind Cutter, Mana Gain, and Force Boost. The next boss we have is Mithra, and because he's such an easy boss, I'll be prepping some future demons during this fight. Since the last Magatama we mastered is Marogare, which is dark aligned, and we have also reached 25 strength. After a bit of Maka farming on the Hell's Vault, I went into the 3rd Kalpa and then opened the dark aligned door just behind the 25 strength door in order to purchase the preta the broker sells. We then sacrificed that into a fusion of Orthrus, Kelpie to get a power. We fuse a Baphomet using a preta and a kodama. And with an angel and a pixie, we can fuse an Ameno Uzume. We then fuse the Baphomet with the Ameno Uzume in order to get a Dionysus. And now we'll fuse our second Atavaka using the Dionysus power and Purkshi, all that we just fused in order to pass down Endure for a future fight. And it's also important that we give him a Yarahan so we can use it in a future fight as well. Now we make our way into Mithra's court or something. Mithra yap for a bit and then attack. Mithra is just as big of a comedian as Mother. He has Dragonite, can use Debilitate and Megidola, but outside of those, every single other skill is either Death or Expel. Atavaka nullifies both, so whenever he goes for AoE insta-kills, Mithra will just lose his turns. I equipped the Sophia Magatama because along with his insta-kills, he can also use Holy Wrath, which halves your current HP. We set up Tsukukajas, so he will just miss all of his skills. And after we set up some Tarukajas, Iron Claw will do a lot of damage. Atavaka can also provide damage support with Mighty Gust. And with all those factors, the fight ends in no time. Our boy Otavaka gets us our second endure. With every single diet building boss that, we can go up the elevator to find Hikawa. We agree with everything he says, of course, but it's not like it matters because there's definitely a lot of boss fight here. Hikawa becomes this big ass guy, and we're now given the Yahiro no Himorogi, which we must bring into the Amala Temple in order to access the Tower of Kagutsuchi. Because we already fused our gym earlier, we don't have to do any new fusions for the next two bosses. So I go to the Amala Temple and place the thingy with the dinghy. The Tower of Kagutsuchi will then connect with the obelisk. Now I must travel to Nihilo Maruno Uchi entrance. We enter the obelisk, and then ascend into the Tower of Kagutsuchi. And here we have quite a lot of floors to go through. After we deal with this puzzle here, we now have our way open into the first boss. We get into this area here and the boss is just above us. At this point I tried the boss for the first time and he used the Kunda in Apocalypse and I just died instantly. But since I didn't have many chakra pots and I knew they would be useful in the next few fights, I fused the Naga using a jack-o'-lantern and a Lilin because it knows trade. Unlike Plead, you cannot gain Maka from trade, but you also only give out items. Most of the times the demons just ask for life stones, medicines, or chakra jobs, which I have a lot from farming the first Kalpa. The place I decided to farm on was Shibuya. I don't know if it was just RNG being RNG, but the demon got the most chakra pots from was Kodama. For every encounter that I didn't get a single chakra pot, I just reload the save because I don't want to farm the first Kalpa again. The next boss we see will be our big man Hikawa, or Ariman I guess. His first phase has 6000 HP while his second phase has 18,000. And his resistances are just the same as every single other boss has, which is like the light, expel, and ailments nullification. During his first phase, he does single target or AoE attacks of every single magic element, while also giving you rules you must follow, otherwise instantly killing whoever broke the rule with Hell's Call. His basic attack is Almighty, I think, like look at the animation, that should be Almighty. I equipped the Miasma Magatama so I can nullify both fire and ice, while Yatagarasu and Jin reflect and absorb force respectively. During his first turn, he will always forbid physical attacks, so he will be doing a bit of magical damage. However, upon taking some damage, he will change his rule. We can take advantage of his limited moveset during his first phase by buffing and debuffing literally every single stat outside of our own physical attack. Once you're maxed, you do a lot of damage with your demon's magic. I really don't want to damage him at all while setting up, so he doesn't change the rule, and then instantly deal enough damage to get his second phase in 1 or 2 turns. And that's because he may ban magic or even healing, and because focus counts as magic in this case, our damage potential with physical will be lowered by a lot. Once you deal enough damage, he'll then move to his second phase. During his second phase, he'll not be able to use any of the attacks he previously had on his first phase, meaning we don't have any rules to follow. He also gains access to the Kaja, the Kunda, and Megidolão. He also gains access to 2 AoE skills, the first one being Tentacle, which is physical, and the second one being Apocalypse, which is Almighty. Even without buffing her physical attack, Focus plus Iron Claw will still do a lot of damage, along with Yatagarasu's Wind Cutter. He also doesn't spam the Kunda or the Kaja, so our goal is basically to kill him fast enough before he decides to randomly use one of those. But if he does, the fight will get a lot more tricky, because Apocalypse will do a lot more damage and you obviously also do less damage to him. During the fight I was thinking of setting up Tetrakarn with Jim, in case he randomly decides to use Tentacle and takes a lot of damage. But because the damage that gets reflected is the same damage that we would receive, because he's fully debuffed and we're fully buffed, I don't think he would receive much damage. Due to all the buffs and debuffs we use in this fight, for the first time I decided to keep notes of which ones I used on my phone. I didn't do that earlier because I thought it would take too long, but it turns out that animations take longer than that. I'll probably keep doing this for the next fights as well. We get the 6. After that 5, we continue climbing up the tower until we reach the second terminal. While we don't have to fuse anything, there's still one detour we need to take for the next boss, and that is we must purchase the Vimana Magatama. I also could have purchased it on the last section and use it for Arimon instead, but I decided not to. So yeah, Hell's Vault. After some farming, we go to Asakusa to purchase the Vimana Magatama from the collector mannequin. And here we've finally gotten up to 10 tickets. I might have to farm these boxes later on, but I'm still not sure if it's the best way of getting the item I want. After that, I once again made my way back to the Tower of Kagutsuchi, went up a few more floors, and once we get to this area, the boss behind the door right there, but first we must go up in order to get the terminal right here. I also looked at the price of the next Magatama I'm gonna have to farm for, but that's not the hard price, it's actually 3 times that. So after that, we went through a door and now into yet another door so we can finally meet Isamu. Isamu's reason boss is Noah's Ark. During the first phase, he has 8000 HP and he can use single target skills for all 4 magic elements and also Aurora. While he doesn't naturally reflect anything, once he uses Aurora, he will start reflecting every single element outside of the counterpart of the elemental attack he may have used on that turn. However, since he may just use his regular attack, which is almighty by the way, we must memorize the order of the elements to hit him. And luckily they follow a set pattern. It starts with ice. Ice is our weakest element because only Oberon can hit him with Bufudyne. Fire, we have Agidyne on both Yatagarasu and Oberon. Then Force, where all of our party members have Force attacks. And finally Elec, where Yatagarasu, Jim, and Oberon all have access to Zeodyne. He also takes 10% damage from mighty attacks, and it's important to note that he'll also reflect this after he uses Aurora. And since Pierce cannot pierce to repel, we cannot use physical at all for this fight. Since he doesn't have access to the Kunda or the Kaja, we start by setting up literally every single buff and debuff outside of physical attack, just like we did with Ariman. During his first phase, he only used Aurora after taking a bit of damage, and will also not spam it. After we take out his first phase, he'll come back with a hat and 15,000 HP. His single target skills will now have been upgraded into AoE skills. He will now use Aurora every single turn, and he also gains access to Domination, which will drain HP and MP from a single foe. And finally, he gains access to the Kaja and the Kunda, but just like Ariman, he will not spam it, and he didn't use it not even once on my attempt. But just pay attention in the order of the elements, and with the high damage we can do pretty much every single turn. Isamu dies. Really? Now it's Force. There we go. We take this fight as an opportunity to learn Anger, which is the second to last skill that we'll learn in this playthrough. Jin learns Taunt, which will be useful in a fight coming up. Nine. With the first 2 reason bosses done, we now set our sights into the Bendo Shrine. However, to enter the Bendo Shrine, first we must collect all the remaining Magatamas. Currently we're missing Gaia, Kailash, and Geis. We begin by going into Kibukuru and then into the Mancha HQ to open this door right here that has a 25 strength requirement, I believe, in order to pick up the Gaia Magatama. The next one we'll go for is Gaze, and the only way of getting it is by completing all 20 levels of Puzzle Boy. Puzzle Boy is infamously known as the real hardest boss of the game. Luckily, Buff Meister exists, so now you get to watch all the around 45 minutes it took for me to beat Puzzle Boy in 3 minutes or something. GG! Pro Gamer Achievement. Okay, how long did that take? But well, if I had to do it without a guy, it would have taken like 24 hours. With that done, we went Maka farming to purchase Skylash, which cost 450,000 Maka, as well as farming a bit extra for the fusions we need in the next section. We purchased Skylash. We then enter the Cathedral of Shadows that's close by in order to receive the Lord's Sword from Mudo. So let's fuse now, shall we? Since the Tower of Kagutsuchi is now up, I think we cannot enter the bottom of the obelisk anymore. So I have to fuse Berith since I'm locked out of that right now. With an incubus and a mizuchi, we fuse said Berith. I then fuse that Berith with a mizuchi to get a Sparna. I fuse a Jack Frost using Kodama Shikigami and sacrificing that Sparna. I fuse a Takemi Kazuchi using Succubus and Yomotsikusa. I fuse the other Berith using Incubus and Mizuchi. We then fuse another Sparna using that Berith with a Mizuchi and sacrifice the Takemi Kazuchi. And with the Takemi Kazuchi now sacrificed, we can fuse a new one using Succubus, Yomotsikusa, and sacrificing the Jack Frost we made earlier. We have to do the fusions in this order because we want Supana to have Zeodyne, but we also need Mikazuchi on the next fight. That way we're prepared for the next two boss fights. So we bring the Lord's Sword to Masakado's grave to gain access to the Bando Shrine. We have 4 different bosses we can take in any order we want in here, but due to skill routing, we'll leave the hardest one for last. Each one of the bosses are located in a different pillar, and to fight them we need to bring their pillar down. Well, I didn't remember which boss was on which pillar. I didn't remember my way to each one of the pillars. So on the pillar second to the bottom we have Zouchouten. All 4 of the devils have access to Dragon Eye, 20,000 HP, and some weird AI. From my understanding, Zouchouten will only ever go for elect attacks until he shocks someone, and then he will switch to using focus and his basic attack. He can buff his damage and defense while being able to debuff yours. Apparently he has Megiddo and Life Drain in his moveset, but I've never seen him using those, so I assume it's some really specific AI cases. With the Adama Magatama equipped, both Demi-Fiend and Takemi Kazuchi can now repel elect attacks, and because of Zouchouten's dumb AI, he'll just keep using elect attacks regardless. I set up Fog Breath on a physical Kajas to make sure we don't miss the boss, and a single War Cry because Yatagarasu engine don't nullify elect attacks. And then with a few Makakajas and Raccoondas, we'll be doing a lot of damage since 3 of our demons can hit weakness with force attacks, and then Mifin will still be doing quite a lot of damage using his regular focus and Iron Claw shenanigans. Since we already have the team ready, we now make our way towards Komokten, who guards the highest pillar. His main element is force, meaning he's weak to a lack. He can buff with Makakaja, Rakukaja, and debuff with Rakunda. He also has access to some physical attacks along with focus. And again, apparently he has Megiddo, though I did not see him using that. By equipping the Gundari Magatama, our whole party will now not take any damage from force attacks, and we can set up Tetra cards with Jim to reflect his physical attacks. At the start, I set up Fog Breath, and since he can't damage us, I can safely use Taunt. I thought the reflect damage would be a lot higher, which is why I only started setting up Makakaja later on. In result of that, the fight took longer than it should have. Regardless, between not even being able to take damage, 3 of my party members being able to hit weakness with Zeodyne, and then Mifin just doing his thing, the fight was pretty easy. For this next section, we'll do a few fusions. One thing that happens in this section in particular is that we don't have enough slots to fuse everything we want. So we start by fusing a Momonothi using a Flamies, the Shikigami, and sacrificing the Sparna just to free up a couple slots. We fuse a Jikokuten using a Succubus, a Shikioji, and sacrificing an Archangel, and other Earthies using Kodama Huapo. So you may have noticed that we only saved 2 life gains and 1 life bonus throughout the whole run, which is definitely not good enough for the final boss. Aside of the ability, this is also an important difference that happens if we ban skill changes and Watchful. On a regular run, Life Surge is pretty easy to get because we can just get it to evolve from life bonus or life gain. But in here we need to get a Life Surge directly, however I wasn't able to fit a Life Surge in the route. All of that to say that we fuse a Gogmagog using Titan and Earthies, but we aren't able to give him the right amount of experience till he actually learns the Life Surge. We fuse a Quetzalcoatl with Succubus powers. We now make our way towards Jikokuten, who guards the very lowest pillar. Jikokuten's main element is ice, so he's weak to fire. Apparently he has a bunch of moves just like the other devas, but what we care about is that apparently he's just the dumbest of them all. We equip the Miyazu Magatama and fuse a party that completely nullifies ice. Regardless of our defenses, you always just use Makakaja followed by an ice attack. We set up Taunt, Fog Breath so we don't miss, and a few Tarokajas. His cutscene just ended and we already finished talking about him. With the first 3 down, we'll now get an actual boss fight. We begin by fusing Purkshi, using the Quetzalcoatl, the Oberon, and sacrificing the Loa. The next boss we'll fight is Bisha Mountain and he's weak to ice, so we'll make use of 3 different Quetzalcoatls so we can pass down Glacial Blast to all of our demons. We fuse a Chimera using Jin Setanta and sacrificing the Purkshi. We're also going to fuse away a lot of our demons that have experience, and that's most likely because they currently have way too much experience that they just wouldn't be useful in any fusion line. We fuse a Virtues, Yatagarasi Kelp, and sacrifice a Quetzalcoatl. We finally make use of Nu's Ice Boost by fusing it with a shikigami to get a jack-o'-lantern. We fuse the jack-o'-lantern with the virtue and sacrifice her Otavaka to make a sati. Kodama Pixie for 99th Episaurus. We fuse a Shikioji with the Apsaurus and sacrifice a Quetzalcoatl in order to get a new Mizuchi. We fuse an Eligor using orthrus, Apsaurus and sacrificing a Legion. We then fuse our second Mothman using the Mizuchi, the Eligor, and sacrificing our Horus from way back then. So now we are prepared for the last Deva, Bishamonten, and he guards the second highest pillar. I did my first attempt and quickly realized I need to farm more checker pots. So before I went for the second one, I stopped to farm those. We fused another Naga, and this time around we actually got footage from the trade farm. Very important. After I got a few checker pots, I went back to attempt Bishamonten once again. While Bishamonten's main element is fire, which means he's weak to ice, it might as well just be almighty. We can equip the Kamuroga Magatama because we still have no fire, and we also fuse demons that completely nullify fire. This fight is quite literally a roulette because he has different attack patterns that he views randomly. And as you saw, he attacks first, so this includes the very first turn. For the first pattern, he goes for 2 debilitate. If he detects any buffs, he goes for the Kaja and a debilitate. And this is why I won't be using any buffs in this fight. Dragonite, Forter Kaja's physical move. Dragonite, Pharmacakajas make the long. Dragonite, fire spells with some Akajas. Dragonite, physical attacks with some Tarkajas. If we set up Tetrakarn, he'll replace every single physical attack with Magdalon, and that means he can spam it during the first pattern. But that also means that he'll buff his physical attack and proceed to use a magical attack, while his physical attacks also do a shit ton of damage and have also high chances of critting. We set up 2 Fuck Breaths to make sure we don't miss, and even then we can still miss. We go for War Cry when he spams Makakaja or before he even goes for Makakaja at the start of the fight. Our Tetrakarn user is Mothman, so he must use Tetrakarn at least once every turn. But he also has Rakunda, so we'll make use of that once we get opportunities. Thinking back when I replaced Rakunda with Pierce, I also could have replaced Tornado instead because we weren't doing much damage during the Noah fight, and we would still have it for the Surge fight. Since our demons keep hitting weakness with Glacial Blast, we have a lot of press turns. But we always use Mothman's first action to use Tetrakarn because, as I mentioned previously, we can still miss even with the Fog Breaths. There was one attempt where Bishamonten was literally 1 turn off from dying, and then I forgot to set up Tetrakarn and he instantly murdered me. We mostly want him to go for pattern 1 because we can easily Dekunda to debilitate using Chimera, or of course pattern 4 because he'll just lose his press turns and even heal us. His most deadly patterns are 3 and 5 for obvious reasons. We have some Anger to tank those ones, but not all of our demons have Anger. Tati has to heal us with the Midora Hun we got from the Preta's Broker, pretty much every turn that he decides to use Magdalon. While Mothman does have the Kaja, he's already busy setting up Tetrakarn, and we also want him to do a few Rakundas, so I didn't use it much. Instead I used Warcry. I stopped picking up ground items ever since Ikebuki Tunnel in case there's some random cash cube fight that I forgot about and then I have to reload the save. I also haven't picked up much from the Kalpas, so I'm still at the very cool 0 Death Stones. If you actually did pick up some ground items, you might have some great chakras at this point, which makes the fight quite a bit easier because we use a lot of MP. But since I didn't, all I had to use was chakra pots. This fight took me quite a few attempts because I either got him lucky and he killed me first turn, or he just comboed me before I could set up. But after a hard fight for once, we take Bishamonten down. They just make me worse, but I know I'll see your face again. I'm a drugstore here. They just make you worse, but I know I'll see your face again. We can finally replace No Fire with the last skill that we'll learn, which is Retaliate. Let me know when I'm singing your ear again. And the drugstore, they just make you miss it out. No, I see your face again. If heaven calls, I'm coming to, just like you said. You live my life, I'm better off than all this talk of building. It's getting me. After we defeat the last devil, Masakados will come down to us. We must tell him that we want his power and that we'll bring peace to Tokyo, and then he'll give us the last Magatama Masakados, which gives us 10 points into every stat outside of luck, and also nullifies every attack outside of Almighty. With the Bando Shrine done, we now have just a few more bosses. We'll be doing a lot of fusions, so I went to farm Maka. We begin by fusing our boy, Jack Frost, using Kodama Shikigami, and sacrificing the Gogma God. We then fuse Jack Frost's best friend Earthis using Kodama Huapo, and sacrificing said Jack Frost. Using a preta Kodama, fuse the first Baphomet of this section of many. And if you have a Baphomet, we cannot forget about Ame, which we now fuse using Angel and Pixie. We fuse the Baphomet with the Ame to get the Dionysus. We fuse a power with that Dionysus and we sacrifice the Earthis so we can fuse our third Atavaka of the Run. Another Baphomet and another Ame using the same recipes, and then yet another Dionysus using the same recipe too. And guess what? We'll fuse yet another Baphomet. We then fuse our prototype Loki using Dionysus Baphomet and sacrificing the Jikokuten. And the only purposes he serves is to gain experience for the real Loki we'll make in the next section. We fuse a succubus using Oni, Kelpie and sacrificing a Lilin. We fuse a preta using Wisp, Pixie and Kodama. We fuse a Jim using Sarutahiko, Cho and sacrificing a Jack Frost. We then fuse a Dominion using the succubus, Jin and the preta we just made. We sacrifice the preta in the recipe. We fuse a Phantom using an Incubus and a Sarutahiko. With Zen power and sacrifice to the Phantom we get an Eligor. We then fuse a clotho with a power and sacrifice to the Eligor so we can get an Oberon. And now I'll make the first of the 3 demons that we'll be using on the final fight of the game. With the Dominion, the Oberon, and sacrifice to the Sati, we can fuse a Lakshmi, and she will level up to level 57 with the XP from the next 2 fights. There might be some routing you can do to require her to only gain XP from one of the fights, and maybe try getting a life gain or a life surge instead. But at that point I had already spent way too long on the route and I was just going with whatever pretty much. It's important that both of the points that she gains from the XP goes into Vitality. We can reroll the stats by cancelling the fusion, reselecting the second demon and the sacrifice demon in order to check again. This one doesn't take too long, but the first time that I actually got the 2 points I had to reload because I forgot to select her skills. After that, we continue climbing the tower of Kagutsuchi. We then arrive in this room in which Thor, now a follower of Yusuga, attacks us. Thor only has 8000 HP, but this time around he has quite a few strong physical attacks, and not just his regular attack ones. He seems to have 3 different phases. During the first phase, he only uses his elect attacks, which we nullify using Masakados. After taking some damage, he'll move to his second phase, where he gains access to Dragonite, Dekunda, Dekaja, Focus, Tarukaja, Makakaja, and his physical attacks. He'll start by using Dragonite, set up with Tarukaja, then Focus, and then the last 3 press turns are completely random. If he decides to use some weird Dekaja Dekunda combo, and you don't kill him fast enough, he might become a problem. We're using 2 low level demons that really need to get experience in this fight so they cannot die. While the thing does completely wall hit and you can technically just keep reviving people. The problem is that with the many action he has, you might just be stuck in an infinite loop where you revive a party member and Thor just kills them again. Like I said, it has 3 phases, but I'm not too sure the difference between the second and the third one is. It also could just be a line of dialogue, but his skills doesn't change. We set up Fog Breath, Warcry, Rakunda, and Tarukaja. His agility seems to be pretty low, so he often just misses attack because of the Fog Breath. Though I did use Sikukaja once. A majority of her damage will come from Demithing's Focus Iron Claw, and Tavaka will help with a little bit of damage. So basically, if he doesn't ever go for the Kaja or the Kunda, the fight went really fast because of the damage you do.
Inside I was good. The net. Everything was expressed was depressed. Whatever you call me, I was out there.
Endure.
How can I?
Due to the speed up, the screen went black for less than a frame. Usually I record the voiceovers after beating the boss of the section, but this time around I had to do something different because of the insanity I just had to go through. We started by fusing the Jack Frost using Kodama Shikigami and sacrificing the Loki, then an Earth using Kodama Hoppo and the Jack Frost, followed by another Jack Frost using Kodama Shikigami and the Earth, and then another Earth using Kodama Hoppo and the Jack Frost. We fuse an Aquans using Apsars and Isora, a Shikigami using Wisp, Preta, Kodama, a Kodama using Hoppo, Aquans and sacrificing a Zen, a Jack Frost using that Kodama, that Shikigami and that Earthies, a regular Eligor using Zam and the Power, another Baphomet using Eligor, Principality and sacrificing the Chimera, a Shisa using Pixie Apsaras. We fuse that Shisa with a Datueba and sacrificing an Apsaras to get a Kikuri Hime, yet another Shikigami using Preta Wisp Kodama, a Lily using Preta Pixie Kodama, and then fuse the Shikigami with the Kikuri Hime and sacrifice the Lilin to get a Dionysus. And now we arrive at the topic of the day. Insanity. The next fusion is our definitive Loki, which will be used on the last fight of the game. So just like Lakshmi, I was reloading his stats over and over to get all of his 4 points into Vitality. I know for a fact there's some kind of weighting on each stat. I don't know if it depends on the fused demons or the resulting demon. But well, let's just say that Vitality had the absolute worst rating on this Loki. On the first 10 minutes, I got 4 points on 3 different stats, and 1 hour later, I could not get 4 points into Vitality. I rerolled this fucking Loki for over 1 hour and a half, and the highest I managed to get? 3 points into Vitality. Never the 4th one. Never. And I managed to get 3 points into Vitality quite a few times. That is on the first 40 minutes of the farm. For the next 50 minutes, I didn't get a single 3-pointer into Vitality. Not even once. There was this one time where I got 3 points into Vitality, and I said, oh, I'm not a pussy, I'm gonna go all the way. And well, where did that land me? Ever since then, I didn't get a single 3-pointer. Looking back, I should have at least saved the game after fusing Loki with 3 Vitality, and then just reloaded to continue farming. But now I'm left with a save that only has a Loki with 2 points into Vitality. But I'm not done! I'm gonna go back to the mines! And I'm getting this fucking 3-pointer at least! Because I need the extra 4 HP. This is really important, it makes total difference! And so I did just that. I managed to get the... I got a bit of it. I got the 3 points into Vitality for Loki. Like, there's a lot of HP. After that, we fused our support Momonofu into a support Earthies as a rite of passage. We fused like 30 billion Earthies, I think they deserve it. And Earthies is also the only reason we managed to beat Matador. We fused an Archangel with an Angel and sacrificed a Momonofu to get an Arrows. We fuse a slime with a troll to get a regular pisca because that's faster than trying to recruit one of these. We fuse that pisca with an arrows to get a legion, a zen and a power in order to fuse an eligor. Finally, we fuse the legion, the ocean, and sacrifice the eligor to get a loa. With our team complete, we can now navigate towards the worst part of the Tower of Kagutsuchi. This section is the amalgamation of everything that people complain when it comes to Nocturne's dungeon design. We have random teleports, random holes in the ground for no reason, one-way doors or passages, just the creme de la creme. I did not remember my way to Ball Avatar, so I just looked up a guide after trying for a few minutes. And I'm also pretty certain that this area has an increased encounter rate, because look at those encounters! I'm fucking merciful! After navigating for some time, I managed to get to the elevator that brings us to Kagutsuchi, and now I just remember that I forgot to open up the shortcut. So whenever I go fight Kagutsuchi, I'm gonna have to go through all these teleporter bullshit again. Anyway, so back to the past, I finally reached Ball's avatar areas. Yagi has 13,000 HP and with someone of Florus and also after she gets below half HP. She seems to have a bunch of moves she simply decided to not use on my fight, like Megadola, Radius, Mahamaon, and Beastar. All that I saw her using was Holy Wrath and Bale's Bane, which is her exclusive skill that guarantees turns a foe that doesn't nullify curse into a fly. The fly status causes all of her stats to drop to 1, I believe, and will now take 200% damage from every single element. Though luckily she only used on demons that nullified on my attempt. We set up Warcry, Fog Breath, Tarokaja, and Rakunda. Ball Avatar has a well-known cheese where you must deal enough damage to completely skip her second phase. Basically, we don't want her to be below half HP, but with just enough HP to where we can kill her in the very next turn. It's not hard at all to do, especially if a second damage dealing demon, but you must make sure that you don't overshoot your damage or something, because assuming her minions give experience, it's an instant reset if she ever goes second phase. Our final level up and our final point into strength. It's also funny that we get just the right amount of points in order to maximize strength and vitality whenever we have Masakatas equipped. We then get the Lakshmi level up. Ideally we want the point to go into vitality, but I decided I was not gonna reset for this. We teach the mana surge. And then we have the Loki level up. I really want the point to go into vitality as well, but as long as it's not a point into agility, I was gonna take it. We teach him both Cheer Fury and Mana Game. We get a 6 or maybe it's a 9. After that, I made my way towards the top of the Tower of Kagutsuchi just to place the numbers we received. We start with the 6, we place the number 9, and then finally the one we weren't sure what it was because it can go both ways. Begins the preparation for the very last fight of the game. First, we go to the second koppa to purchase the broker's new so it can pass down its prayer. There we begin our very last fusions. We need one more demon for the Lucifer fight and a backup dancer to dance together with us on the disco ball. Begin with the classic Jack Frost of Porchigigami, this time we sacrifice the Takamikazuchi, and then cycle the Jack Frost into a unicorn using Apsara's Jack-o'-lantern, and then the Jack Frost, and then we fuse another Jack Frost, and then another unicorn, and then another Jack Frost, and then another unicorn. If you use an arrow, using Jack Frost, Jack-o'-lantern, and sacrificing the last Atavaka in the world. If you use an incubus, if that arrows and sacrificing your Mothman to get a succubus. But then if you use a third for Lucifer, a Sparna, using the succubus and sacrificing the unicorn. And again, I reset for quite a while, trying to get all of the points into vitality, around 30 minutes. But the max I was able to get was 2 points into vitality, so 16 total. So I decided to just go with that. Endure, Rakakaja, Tarkaja, Premier, Life Bonus.
Are you sure? Alright.
We are back to our regularly scheduled programming with a Jack Frost, a unicorn, another Jack Frost, another unicorn. We start the fusion line using the Loa. We fuse a Pisca using a Slime and a Troll. We fuse a new using that Pisca by Bakatha and sacrificing the unicorn. We then fuse a Succubus using Oni and Kelpie. Finally, the very last fusion of the run, a Jikoten that will help us by dealing damage to Kagutsuchi. Because we don't have any health passives to give him, he will be the most real party member during that fight. This time around, I decided to take the 2 vitality 2 strength because we'll also be dealing damage with him.
Alright.
We did 335 total fusions, not counting the fusion accidents that I had to reload or the few times that I did a wrong fusion. And with the team complete, there is one last farm we have to do. That is both Great Chakras and Balm of Risings. The last boss of the game will be a really long fight, so I don't want to lose because I ran out of items. And so we'll be farming the boxes that the mannequins give us after collecting 10 lucky tickets. You get 1 lucky ticket if you spend over 1000 maka in a single shopping session, meaning we have to buy something, get out, get a ticket, and repeat. I decided to use float balls. Since they cost 1200 maka, we only need to purchase 1, and we can get our cursor to it in a single move. Once we have 9 lucky tickets, we save the game, buy a float ball to get the 10th, select the boss we want, and if we don't get the item that we want, we reload the save. This means that each box costs 12,000 maka. We start by farming Great Chakras, which we can get from the pink box, and we then move over to Balm of Rising, which drops from the white box. Since I had some money left over, I decided to farm a few Great Chakras right now. But once I ran out, I went to Hell's Vault to farm enough maka to purchase 99 Great Chakras, because that was the goal I was going for some reason. But after a bit more testing, I realized I did not need that many, so I overfarmed. After that, I farmed a few more Great Chakras, and then I began farming the Balm of Risings that I needed. I was genuinely thinking I would make a cool montage of me farming the 99 Great Chakras. That would take like over 10 hours. Luckily, I stopped after getting only 14. So I went back to the Tower of Kagutsuchi and I had to do the whole teleporting floor again. I then just decided to look up a guy after getting stuck again. And this time around, I remembered to set up the shortcut so we don't have to do this again. Luckily, this floor is really easy to navigate, at least to get to Kagutsuchi, not to get to Ball Avatar. We prepared ourselves for what's to come. I just noticed I did not show support in this video, but it's whatever. We then climb up one more time to meet the owner of the tower, Kagutsuchi himself. During his first phase, he has 20,000 HP. His regular attack is almighty. He also has access to spells from every single magical element, and I also may use the Kaja or the Kunda. The gimmick of this fight is that the Kagutsuchi phase is constantly changing, and depending on the phase you're on, the damage Kagutsuchi receives is different. We start on New, where he receives 200% damage, and on Full, where he receives only 50% damage. He has access to 2 exclusive moves, being Phase Shift, which shifts the Kagutsuchi face forward by 2, and Vast Light, which is an AoE almighty skill that deals a lot of damage, but it cannot be cast during a full Kagutsuchi, is undodgeable, and it will cost Kagutsuchi 2 press turns. Before the strategy, let's begin by introducing our team. We have Lakshmi, who can help setting up Tarukaja, Rakukaja, and Rakunda, and will also be the healer of this fight. Loki, who can set up Warcry, Rakukaja, Rakunda, and Tarukaja, and our backup dancer Jikoten, who can set up Rakukaja and Tarukaja, while Demi-Fiend will also use Fog Breaths. We basically just set up all buffs and debuffs that I just listed, and then we do a lot of damage to Kagutsuchi using Demi-Fiend and them. On this fight I also scored quite a few crits, so I got through the first phase really fast. Once we get to second phase, he now have a whopping 40,000 HP, his regular attack will now be AoE, and the Kagutsuchi phase will be stuck on full. But the whole gimmick where the damage you do depends on the phase will now be gone, so he'll just take regular damage from attacks. Apparently he loses the Kaja for some reason, along with phase shift and vest light of course. He can now use Dragon Eye and Infinite Light, which is basically an upgraded vest light. His infinite lights are telegraphed by the way that he does an attack and just talks on the turn before he uses it. Since Koken doesn't have any life passives, even if all the HP damage he took was from using a single stasis blade, he will just get one shot from infinite light, so it must heal him back up every time Kagutsuchi does that. Since he never went for the Kaja on the Kunda on this attempt, it was pretty quick, but I've seen him do an infinite light into the Kunda after. If he ends up going for the Kaja or the Kunda before the phase change and you accidentally go to the second phase, I can definitely see it being quite hard to survive. But we can max out Warcry and Rakukaji in just 2 turns, so it's probably fine regardless. Once Kagutsuchi is low on HP, we purposely wait until he uses an infinite light, so we can let Jikoku-ten die. This way we can bring Sparna on the very next turn, which we'll be using on the fight coming up. But since they won't come with any buffs, I set up a few Rakukajas for safety. Once we beat Kagutsuchi, we don't gain any XP and are instantly tossed on the next fight, meaning we cannot organize our team, which is why we must bring Suparna in during the Kagutsuchi fight. But at the very least, our demons are all healed up though. So now let's get into the boss we've all been waiting for, the second hardest boss of Nocturne, Lucifer. Lucifer has 65,535 HP and MP. Without Pierce, he receives only 25% damage from all elements. During his first phase, he can use Evil Glint, which is an AoE skill that has 60% chance of charming. But since 3 of our demons nullify it, he'll just lose his press turns whenever he uses it. Our only demon that doesn't nullify it is Loki, by the way. Outside of that, he has access to his regular attack, which is Almighty Element and has a really high chance of critting. Mabufudine and Megiddola, both of which can miss often. Because he doesn't have buff or debuff removal just yet, we can safely set up Tarukaja, Rakukaja, Rakunda, Warcry and Fog Breath, and a single Sukukaja because Iron Claw can still miss with just the Fog Breath. On this phase, after his setup, he won't kill anyone in one turn, unless he gets a crazy crit chain and focuses just one demon. The real problem of the fight begins once he gets to his second phase, which starts at 75% HP. He replaces Mabufudine with Glacial Blast, and also gains access to Prominence, both of which we really don't care because of the mischance, and also Masakado's nullifies both. But the real issues are the Kunda, the Kaja, and High King. We need to keep his attack debuffed, our defense buffed, to even survive, and then we also need to set up Fog Breaths, and then the extra Sukukaja for safety. While he does have access to the Kunda and the Kaja, he will just use it randomly and doesn't seem to spam it in this phase. High King is his highest damaging move, and it has a 100% chance of binding. However, again, that would only affect Loki. If he decides to go for High King twice in a row, you might just die even with some buffs and debuffs. But he can also just do Kunda before doing it and still do a bunch of damage. You can theoretically get stuck in an infinite loop because you just need to keep buffing and debuffing again, and he would just keep spamming the Kunda and the Kaja until he decides to hit you with a crazy combo and then you're just dead. During this phase, the only time we set up Tarukaja and Rakunda are when we are on blinking press terms from either critting or passing, and we have the survivability buffs and debuffs set up already. But once you're done with this phase, it just gets even worse. On his third phase, he upgrades Megiddo into Megiddo and can now use Root of Evil. Root of Evil is a funny roulette, ranging from effects that can just be straight up useless to instantly ending your run. It has a 40% chance of having an HP, a 20% chance of reducing it by 75%, and a 10% chance to reduce it by a whopping 90%. And then a 10% chance of causing mute, poison, or stun. Each one of these effects are rolled individually for each one of your demons, meaning you're likely to get different effects on all of them. And also because I'm playing on the Chronicle version of the game, this attack will also remove our buffs, and during this phase he will spam this attack a lot. He can simply remove a demon's HP by 90% and then follow up with a basic attack and either proc or endure, or your demon is just dead. Another Chronicle change is that once he's lost 40,000 HP, he'll cast the Arahon. What this means is that technically his max HP is now 105,535 instead. The good thing is that resets him back to his first phase, meaning you can buff and debuff once again. However, since that the second time we get his second phase, he will spam the Kaja and the Kunda more often, though that's most definitely just placebo. I got to his third phase multiple times, passed his Yarahan multiple times, and even got his third phase after the Yarahan. But ultimately, I just couldn't kill him. Because Root of Evil removes buffs and he will spam it a lot, we're basically stuck in an infinite loop of having to buff us back up again, and then he randomly decides to use the Kunda and we have to debuff him too. And we have to play really defensively because otherwise our chances of dying increase exponentially. The bare minimum we need is Warcry, Fog Breath, and Rakukaja, and it just takes so many press turns to set those up. And then at any point you can just get unlucky and he can pull out the most stupid combo ever. And once he kills a demon, we have the problem of reviving the demon and then buff them back up because they'll come back with no buffs. And then he randomly decides to just Kunda into High King, your whole party's now fucking dead. It's just a whole RNG shit show. In a perfect world, you get the perfect RNG and win the fight. In the real world, you just get shafted every single attempt. With our current builds, it is just not possible. While routing more life passives would certainly help, but I don't think it would be enough, because Root of Evil does percentage based damage. And the reality is that, without breaking any rules, I don't have the tools necessary to win this fight. Who am I kidding? You already know what I'm gonna do. After draining his MP for almost 1 hour, the worst I expected happened. So let me explain the strategy. I fused 4 Father Demons that know Makakaja, so we can set up at the start of the fight. With maxed Makakaja and Rakunda, each mana drain will drain about 40 MP. Once Lucifer is at 0 MP, he'll be unable to cast a majority of his skills. However, he can still select them, meaning if he does select them, he'll just lose that press turn. The only skills that he can use at 0 MP are his exclusive skills, being Evil Gleam, High King, and Root of Evil, and also his basic attack, of course, which means he won't be able to remove the buffs with the Kunda. He will still be able to remove buffs with Root of Evil, but it's a lot more manageable now, because his attack, defense, and agility will all be permanently at -4 during the fight. The problem I ran into in this attempt is that I used Demifin's basic attack a few times, along with Retaliate proccing, without enough damage to move him on to his second phase, meaning he gained access to the Kunda, Dekaja, and High King. Even without the basic attacks from Demifiend, Retaliate would eventually proc enough times and would be enough to get him to his second phase. Because of how slow we are currently draining his MP, on the time it took to get him to his second phase, all I managed to drain was only about 35,000, while his total is again slightly above 65,000. And now we get to the despair moment. I genuinely thought I would be able to drain all of his MP before moving to second phase, so I only gave mana drain to Lakshmi. I said despair moment because I thought I had to reload the save in order to fuse Loki once again, but I don't need to do that. Instead, we'll fuse a brand new Titania and give her the mana drain. That way we can cast a max of 4 mana drains per turn. While she will get charmed more often than Loki, it is the best option we have. Another thing I did on that fight is I had Lakshmi go for Midyarahan a few times. So we'll go back to item farming to get some bead chains, buy these charms to heal up Titania, and a few more MP recovering items. That way when you have an opportunity to use Preta or Spawner, we don't have to worry about ever running out. With at least 3 mana drains per turn, and playing perfectly, we might have a chance. For Lucifer to get his second phase, he needs to take approximately 16,000 damage, and each Retaliate proc deals around 650. That means we can hit him with a grand total of 25 Retaliates before he goes to his second phase. And that's very scary to think of. If this doesn't work, I'll have to reload a save from before I beat Bisha Mountain, and I'll have to farm all of my items again. Once the boss has 0 MP, the fight seems to be pretty consistent, but I'm simply going against a clock that ticks down every time we get a Retaliate proc. And if I end up getting unlucky with the 50% chances, all of the progress will be gone. So the conclusion is that if you don't want to mana drain cheese him, you can safely teach Retaliate, but if you're thinking of draining cheese him, just teach something else. The damage is helpful, but if you get unlucky, you'll lose everything. So after farming for a few hours, I went ahead and tried the fight once again. I farmed beat chains because Lakshmi drains a bit more MP than Titania, but I ran out during the fight, so I just had to use Midyarahans with Lakshmi again. But the usage of mana drains still stays the same. We're still gonna be doing 3 per turn regardless of who's healing. Whenever Titania was hit with charm, I would spend a discharm with Demifiend, or if they were also below 300 HP, which is the healing threshold I went for this fight, I would do a prayer with Suparna instead. With this healing threshold, I only had 1 death throughout the fight, after 1 hour and a half, and Lucy was almost out of MP. Please? Please? Yes! 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 4,000? Well, not 4,000 exactly. Around that. Yes, Mabufu die, motherfucker! No! 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 You've gotta be joking, man. I was so close. It's not over. It's not over. I continued fighting until the end, and for some reason it took him a bit to decide to use the kaja or the kumda. Yes! Yes! Yes, please. Please. No! 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 Because there's no safe way to set up Makakaja or Rakunda, the rate in which we drain his MP slows down by a lot. After he uses the Kaja or the Kunda or both, we need to set up War Cries and Rakukajas to survive, and then Fog Breaths because mana drain can't miss without it. But after that I kept going on and on for a few more minutes, until just Demi Fiend was left, and Lucy had slightly above 1000 MP. Yep. I ended up not playing perfectly. I used Demi-Fiend's basic attacks a few times, because if you use an item on the previous turn, the cursor will default to a basic attack. I also accidentally passed on a few turns that I should have used the mana drain. And now we have two choices. The first one, which is the smart one, is reloading the save from before I teach to retaliate, and guaranteeing we can drain his MP before he goes to his second phase. And the second option is don't basic attack with Demi-Fiend once, because that's definitely what made the difference on that attempt. I was under the impression that he would get his second phase once he reached exactly 49,100 something HP, because that's his 75%. However, he ended up using High King just after I pushed him below 50k. Thinking of all the farming I'd had to do if I had to reload the save from Bishamonte, Maka farming, reloading the stats all over again, actually beating Bishamonte again, which it's not that hard, but it's still some time, and farming even more boxes, and then I have to do all of the fusions all over again, and oh man, am I tired of fusions. But as mentioned earlier, if I had played perfectly, even with the same exact retaliate RNG that I got in this run, I would have actually managed to drain up all of his MP. To get to that point in the fight, it takes a bit under 1 hour and a half. To do all of the farming, it will definitely take longer than that. And we're just talking about guaranteeing that we drain up all of his MP. Because I don't know how much harder doing the second part without retaliate really is. As I said before even going for the second try, the smartest thing is to just not teach retaliate. But I decided to spend the last weeks of my life recording and editing a 4-hour long video, so you can definitely tell I'm not smart. Me from the future here, I did not have to reload the save back from Bishamonte. I could have just reloaded the save back from Ball Avatar, because I could just teach over retaliate with anything else.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, my I saw that animation and I thought it was hiking. My heart fucking dropped. My heart dropped. It's time. It's fucking time. It's fucking time, Lucifer. It's fucking time. Bring it the fuck on. Bring it on. Lucifer? You fucking piece of shit. Oh, of course you did that. Okay.
Eventually I'll upload the entire Lucifer fight as a standalone video, but like privated and hidden or something, so people don't get spoiled. But basically what happened in this attempt was a statistical anomaly, and I said that a lot during the fight. So let's get into the math. Basically, we need to drain 65,535 MP before he takes 15,535 health points damage if taken. If we divide the MP by the HP, we get a multiplier of around 4.22. So the rule of thumb to follow is that the MP needs to be around 4.22 times more than the current amount of HP that he is missing to get to second phase. And I did some calculations on my previous attempt, and the numbers were really close. However, on this attempt, I got really lucky. Really unbelievably fucking lucky. I brought his MP down to 0 when he was still at 57,542. And the MP equivalent of that is 31,827. And that means that Retaliate only procced about 12 times, and that is half of what's needed to get him to his second phase. And it's not like he didn't basic attack me, he basic attacked me a lot. But Retaliate just didn't proc. Retaliate didn't proc for really long periods of time. I missed the 1 and 2 so many times in a row. There were so many times where Lucifer hit me, Retaliate did not proc, he did it again, it still did not proc. Crazy amount of time. The odds of this run happening, it has to be really low. It just has to. I'm not gonna go through the over 1 hour and a half of footage to count all the times that he hit me with a basic attack and Retaliate did not proc. But like there were moments in the fight where I was really just expecting him to combo back again, and like I would just retaliate so many times in a row again and lose all my progress. Like throughout the whole fight, that's the only thing I thought about. I was never safe at any moment pretty much. I did reset a few runs because Retaliate procced really early. But during this fight, there are many moments where like Retaliate will proc 2 turns in a row and then nothing for so many turns. I believe the very last Retaliate proc was a part of a 2 turn in a row. But after that, it just never procced until he was at 0 MP. I followed the same HP threshold I did on the previous attempt, which is 300, but closer to the end I started playing a bit more safe because I knew I had a lot of leeway compared to the expected value. So basically once I brought all of his MP down, I took out Titania and replaced her with Loki, and then I set up Rakukajas specifically for Loki, and then I set up the Tarukajas. We deal over 5,000 damage with crits, which is a lot considering Lucifer's max HP. But once he does get to his 3rd phase, we'll start playing a lot more defensively. Every time he goes for Root of Evil, I pay attention and try to get as many Rakukajas as I can in a single turn. Most of the time I went for 3 Rakukajas and then a full heal for the party, or 3 Rakukajas and a focus, or 3 Rakukajas and an iron claw. The reality of post MP drain is that he still has a few combos that could kill us, but since we have the safety that his attack is always -4 and we can easily set up Rakukaja to +3 after he does Root of Evil, it's very unlikely that we do end up failing. He obviously can kill one of your demons easier than you. In this situation, it's a lot more safe to just revive them back. I remember during the live reaction, I said that I didn't have to revive anyone throughout the fight, but I'm actually not sure of that, because I know there was at least a single close call after the draining part. Since he's permanently debuffed, and their Demi-Fiend is our only damage dealer, we can get a lot of blinking press turns to either just get a free heal in, or to set up the Torkajas. And with the crazy amount of items that I spent hours farming, and ended up not using many of them at all, we managed to end him. Do you have Rakukaja here? Rakukaja on Lakshmi, for Rakukaja. Our new effects. I'm at 4 Rakukaja, I can Rakukaja here. I heal. Okay. The Arahan. 1 Rakukaja. 2 Rakukaja. 3 Rakukaja. Yeah, I looked at his HP just now. I did not look at his HP. I looked at his HP just now. This is it. This is fucking it. It's a Kukaja so I don't miss. Another card. Oh my god, I can't believe I just did that. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. I can't believe I just fucking did that. Oh my god, I almost, like, could I have died there? Like, there was a place, was there a, yeah, no, definitely, because he fucking would have eviled. I still had injured though, but like, if he crit the basic attack. Oh my god, okay, how long did that take? How long did that? Oh, 1 hour 20! Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god, man. Oh my god. Oh my fucking god. Holy shit. Holy shit. You know, I'm not gonna lie. Like, because of how lucky I got on the MP drain, this is feeling a bit underwhelming. I'm not gonna lie. Oh my god. I mean, what do I put my last 4 points on though? It's important. This is important. What do I put my last 4 points on? Oh my god. Oh wait, look at my max HP. Those who know. Those who know. Who's a knower? Who's a knower? Now, I wish I could take off points out of strength. So my retaliates wouldn't do enough damage. Okay, like, do I need luck? I don't think I need luck after this fight. After this fight, I think I have enough luck. And I did do quite a lot of magic. I think agility, no? I think agility. No, I don't need agility because I never missed. Is there any way of not using these 4 points? I think that is like kind of cheaty though. Like losing these last 4 points is kind of cheaty. Like, I don't think I should use them. Yeah, I'm gonna put them on the vitality so I don't die. On the afterlife. Oh, Radiance. Cool, that's a really good move. Highlight damage to all foes. Thanks for nothing. Oh wait, one more? Oh yeah, right. I don't need fire repel, no. No ice repel though. No ice, no I don't. Wait, no, I don't because I would repel his attacks back. He would take damage. No, fuck these repel skills. These are a scam. Shamarkarm? No one even died in the fight. That's insane. No one even died in the fight. I mean, I think I played a bit safer than last attempt because there was such a huge difference
between the expected and P from the one I had. But I mean, I think like Shimi works hard enough. I don't think she wants to do any more draining. So yeah, Raikkonen is the one that kills herself. No, yeah, no, no, don't do that. Wait, also I just realized, did I wait, I think I did. Did I accept the fucking Magatama thing? I mean, I don't care because I already beat the boss, but that's very funny if I did. That would be very funny if I did accept the Magatama thing. Because I think I did, no? Stonehound, yeah, no, we need more gems. We need more gems for more items. We use a... I definitely didn't spend way too long farming items. Oh, the Arahan, yeah, so we can compete with Lucy. Yeah, no, we want the Arahan. Should I let him evolve it? I mean, if I had this, if I knew with certainty that I accidentally clicked the Magatama part, I would. But no. Oh my fucking god! And now is the part where you can't speed up. I'm gonna leave it. You're gonna watch the ending with me.
Well done. You've proven yourself.
Yeah, like, oh yeah, no, the dialogue you can speed up, but not the actual video.
Who have lurked in the darkness and demon of dark together. Let us march to the final battle, where our true enemy awaits.
Our true enemies retaliate. Our true enemies retaliate. And that's on moms. Retaliate is the worst skill in the game. I did not jinx it. I can't believe. Oh yeah, look at those. Look at those. Wait, look at those. There's the Ganesha. Look at those. Oh, I was gonna say. Oh, they're this. No, they're not. There's a Ganesha, but there's also a lot other demons that Demithing does not use on his super bosses, and I have created a new demon. Then Doom shall set us apart now and forevermore. Now let's look at Goto. Oh shit! Goto's after this, bro. Speed up, bro. You gotta go faster. Yo, Soul of a Murder. We didn't even talk to that guy. Why is the credit spoiling us?
And with 99 hours and 59 minutes on the save's playtime, the challenge is finally over.